if
Well, that's not the claim. That's not the claim.
it's out of what's available. Wait, let me reread exactly what I said to make sure I'm
Well,
correct
no,
here.
no, we're gonna go on. Well, you're free to clarify, but I'm operating under the
Out of
assumption.
all possible diets. So,
Yeah,
for
that's
example,
an
if we
insane
only
proposition.
that's the proposition, right? So if we were only to focus, like let's say I'm defending my proposition, right, and you're agnostic on those tenets of like avoiding diseases, fulfilling nutrition, then it's like if you do not have your own assertion, I don't think it would be very interesting because it would be kind of, an only offensive and defensive debate. Then after my proposition is
like
either
then we just have conflicting norms because I don't give a fuck if you find it interesting. It's not my goals coming
then we
into
don't
the
have to
debate. It's
debate. I
interesting.
do not care either. Then it's for content for my channel. So if you're not a good debate partner, then if you don't have an assertion along those lines, then yeah, fair enough. We don't have to debate.
Well, good
Can I
debate partner
propose
with
something?
like good debate partner with respect to your crazy goals. Sure. I think I would be a good debate partner with respect to the goals of establishing like the justification for a particular position. And under those circumstances, it's perfectly fine for somebody to be agnostic.
Can I make a sort of
It- it-
proposal here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so why don't you debate FaceIQ's proposition, and then after that, you can debate one of the formal arguments on the next website afterwards.
Well, that's not what he's
Yeah, I
after.
could. It's just that's not what I want for my channel. It's like, for example, my last like debate. It wasn't. It's more interesting and fun when it's more of a conversation where we're kind of putting our minds together and logically discussing things rather than like an autistic, debate. Bro, I put my proposition.
No. Yeah. I'm gonna demystify and disambiguate this entire thing right here. Basically, what he wants to do is he wants to put himself on footing that is more equal because he wants to go against somebody who has basically an equally retarded position. Yeah,
If you
I'm
think
not
that all
interested.
of every position about those claims
I'm not
is
interested
bad,
in
then
doing anything even
Well,
close to
wait, can
that.
I
then
have
there
a
you
word,
are.
like,
Then
very,
we don't have to debate. There you are.
very quick? Sorry, just a quick word. So, Nick, I was asking. So, let's say Frost is going to defend his view that meat-based diets are the best. Let's say he fails. It's a conditional. Frost, don't take it personally. Let's say he fails,
Sure.
right? Nick, would you be like able to say something like plant-based diets are nutritionally adequate, and you can be healthy as a vegan? Frost, would you be able? No, sorry. Would you be interested in contesting such a proposition that vegan diet is nutritionally adequate?
Well, here's the thing. Before he answers, here's the impression that I'm getting from him, is that he's looking for somebody to debate the negation of the proposition. Or actually, no, it's a little bit stronger than the negation of the proposition. It sounds like he's looking for somebody who wants to debate the same position or the same proposition, but instead of like meat-based diet, it's like plant-based diet.
That's all I've been saying the whole time. Yeah, I want to debate someone who believes that.
That's ridiculous. That's like saying I'm only interested in debating people whose ideas are just retarded as my own. Like,
not really.
Well, yeah,
it's just a lot more interesting.
Like,
it's a lot more interesting when someone has a claim that is opposing you, rather than like an agnostic, like Jordan Peterson-esque debater who's like,
Nick, can you just explain why you think that it is retarded to claim the same, but instead of like meat diet to say plant-based diet? Like, can you just explain why an opposing view to his like perfectly meal could be retarded?
Yeah, for sure. So like the proposition as stated, as he signed off on, again, open to clarification, but as it's signed off on, it says, out of all possible diets, an 80 to 100% meat-based diet is the best for fulfilling nutritional needs, avoiding diseases, and optimal metabolic health. Metabolic function. It sounds like he's looking for somebody to debate the proposition, out of all possible diets, an 80 to 100% plant-based diet is best for fulfilling nutritional needs, avoiding diseases. No, that's not what you're looking for.
It's more.
So what are you looking?
It's not that. So here's my ideal debate partner for content. That's why I'm not asking for your time. It's up to you. You can come to me and do it or not. I don't care. My point is, I want to debate someone who has who would have a proposition and assertion that a diet containing at least a significant amount, let's just give a number, 50% or more, plants would be optimal for human nutrition, health outcomes, disease prevention, longevity, etc. Along those lines, I'm not an autistic like debate bro of like, oh, you need this specific wording. It's the gist of it. Then I would want to have a conversation with that person and provide conflicting arguments and talk about them. That's what I find interesting. I don't care about debate rules, blah, blah, blah. That's what I'm looking for. If that's not what you want, then that's fine.
If debating such a person, like if having such a person is a prerequisite to debate, and you are not willing to debate somebody who is merely agnostic but pressure testing your ideas, then yeah, I'm not that person, because I do not believe that that proposition that you just stated was true. I do not believe that like a diet consisting primarily of plants is optimal for human beings. I think that's crazy.
Yeah, and if, again, and as I mentioned, if you do not have an opposing assertion to at least that extent, then I'm not looking for that content on my channel. So then there we are. That's fine.
Yeah, so Dan just posted an argument from my website in the chat. You're free to look at that and see if there's something that you disagree with. And if you disagree with it, you could see, like, if you disagree with any of the premises, then we can
obviously
debate.
Associations. So I mean,
What do you mean?
There we are.
What do you mean?
Associative evidence rather than mechanistic or biochemical, and also there's not a good reference of comparing the plant outcomes to an actual optimal diet as well. Only the Western diet. So I mean, yeah, I would think that's a pretty weak premise as well. That argument.
Did you look at the chat though? Like,
yeah, I just looked at that
argument.
Yeah, I just read it. I think it's a pretty bad argument.
Okay, so what
for those reasons?
What's bad about it? Sorry.
It's using associative data based on mortality outcomes, and there isn't a good control to compare it to.
Sure there is.
Which is that control?
Well, they use multiple regression analysis. The control is other people in the population.
And they eat a horrible diet, so obviously eating plants compared to the Western diet.
No. Like, what's wrong with what I just said? Did I say something false?
Yeah, that's weak evidence. No, you're correct. Yeah, there's no proper control. I said no. I said there's no. I said there's no proper control. It's a poor control. Their control group is.
What's a proper?
A proper control would be analyzing the natural human diet, which 97% of Homo sapien history we consumed, which was 80% or more of the ruminant muscle meat and associated fat of animals. And now if you control the outcomes, and then we would also need to control for obviously infant mortality and the conditions of people back then too. So comparing how well people do who eat more plants compared to our current Western diet, it's obviously going to lead to better health outcomes. Also, healthy user bias is part of that as well. So that's just poor evidence. No shit, it's better than seed oils or something.
So so according to you, the only proper control is one where we are like investigating what you're taking to be an ancestral diet. That's the only proper control.
That means anything, yeah.
Yeah,
because we're not debating.
Like,
here's the thing, because you're not debating someone who's. Here's the thing, it would be a good counter argument to someone who said the way most Americans eating right now is ideal, right? Then you show them this. No, if they add more plants in, they do better, and that's still not cause and effect. It's still associative, so it's still not even proof.
Oh God, there's just so much wrong.
Then point it out. Don't whine. Point it out.
I can feel the motivation draining out of me, because we basically need to have like a multi-hour like seminar on epistemology and scientific epistemology to even begin scratching the surface on how to course correct this shit. That's why like.
Well, don't whine. Then just go on.
What do you mean? What?
Then just explain your point. Then you don't have to cry. You don't have to like be. You just say it. It's not that deep.
Okay. How much do you know about scientific epistemology?
A fair bit, and I know it cannot report on cause and effect by definition.
A fair bit?
Yep.
What do you mean by a fair bit?
I think you just confused epistemology and epidemiology.
No, I didn't. It's fair years of nutritional research. No, I know epidemiology and Epistemology
I'm
are
talking
different.
about scientific epistemology, not epidemiology.
I understand that. Yes, I
Right.
know.
Okay. So you said, how much do you understand about scientific epistemology, which is inferentially prior to things like epidemiology and mechanistic studies and all of those things? How much do you know about that stuff?
I'm educated. I wouldn't say I'm a, professor in it, but I'm educated on it. Why?
Right. So you have a hypothesis, right? A hypothesis is that, say, what you're taking to be an ancestral diet. We just use the term ancestral diet as shorthand instead of saying like an 80 to 100% meat-based diet or whatever.
Yeah.
You're taking like this ancestral diet to be the diet that maximizes these outcomes, right?
Yes.
So the strength of a hypothesis is weighed against certain theoretical virtues in scientific epistemology. These are things that are inferentially prior to everything that we do in science. This is like the foundation of what makes a hypothesis like good or bad, right? Is the compatibility.
I know, belief
with
from opinion.
virtues.
Yeah.
Well, no. So these are axioms, principles, or rules or laws, however you want to describe them. They're called theoretical virtues. Generally, there's like 3 to 6 of them. The minimum of 3. I think the most I've ever seen is like 6 or 7. The strength of a hypothesis is weighed in terms of compatibility with these virtues. And if you're saying something like, I'm not interested in having like a hypothesis that can be weighed against these virtues, or like I'm not interested in satisfying these virtues, then you're not engaging with science. You're doing something else. You're doing something weird that I don't care about.
Could you point to any specific virtues that my assertion isn't compliant with?
Testability. How do you even test it? Because you said we're no longer in the environment that would provide like a proper control. So how do you even test it? Testability is the primary virtue. It's the virtue that's present on all construals of all all
right.
construals.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, and I agree with you completely. Here's the thing, man, and here's why
wait. Before you get into the explanation, if you agree with me that you're failing to satisfy testability, then you don't have a scientific hypothesis. You're doing something outside of the.
Yes,
you're doing something
let me
outside.
go on, though.
No.
Okay.
This is just an analytical truth. This is an analytical truth. You can't like argue your way out of this now.
I'm not trying to.
You're doing something that is outside the purview of science. So this is not like
as is the thing you have on your site. All of it is. There's almost no actual science in nutrition science.
No. You're not doing any fucking burden of proof flips right now. We're just trying to get clear on what the fuck you're talking about when you say proper control, right?
Yes. So you do not have good testability of what you're referring to either. Do you see how all of nutrition science is not technically science?
We're not going to do any burden of proof flips. We're just going to get clear on what you mean by proper control. Right? So when you say proper control, you say the control is not like this ancestral diet, and you take the ancestral diet to be the thing that like maximizes beneficial outcomes for people, and you listed some of those outcomes. And then you also said that you can't have a proper control because we're no longer in the ancestral environment. There are a whole bunch of like epistemic barriers that make it not a testable thing anymore. We can't have a proper control. So
yes.
the thing that you're taking to be like the best diet or this ancestral diet, the assertion that you're making about it is not scientific. It's like something else. It's something different, but it's not within the purview of science because it is not it's not a testable hypothesis.
The nutritional. I would agree with you about. Let's say, I could never report on outcomes. Right? I could never report on that. I'd have to lock identical twins in a lab for 80 years, feed half of them meat, half of them the opposing or any other diet. That would then I could report on cause and effect, which I cannot do because of the ethics board, right? But I can prove the nutritional side of things because we can see how those nutrients are absorbed in individuals in controlled trials. So I absolutely can, and just by nutritional analysis of what's in the food. So I can absolutely report on that. But
Okay,
neither you or I. But
so-
don't raise. Here's the thing. Wait, I'm going to speak. You can't raise the bar for me. Like you can't. It's hypocritical, as your own epidemiological argument is also not reporting on cause and effect, and it's also as a poor control group. So you're not testing that well either, though.
Well, wait a second. We're dealing with two different hypotheses. One's testable and one isn't. Like you've
Yours
already
is, how is
admitted
yours
that
testable?
Your hypothesis is not testable.
And yours is not either.
We can get to that. We can get to that. But
okay, I'll concede mine isn't testable. I already knew that, right?
Okay,
now explain how yours is testable.
So the hypothesis. So if it's not testable, then what the hell is this proposition supposed to be communicating? If it's not within the purview of science, what is it communicating? Like, because it seems to be an empirical claim, but it's outside the purview of science. What the fuck is that?
It's like the best we can work with, bro. It's like you can't do that. No one can. So when debating nutrition,
out of all possible diets, this ancestral diet is the best for fulfilling nutritional needs, avoiding diseases, and optimal metabolic function, but it's also simultaneously untestable. The hell is that about? Like, what are the assertions supposed to be if they're falling outside the purview of science?
There's not a single nutritional proposition I can even think of that you could then test in the requirements you're looking for. Could you give me an example of one that you could?
I'm sorry, just real quick that I noticed. I think that was missed. So, Frost, if we took like, I don't know, 10 people who eat carnivore diet, right? They exist right now. Would you say that they are the proper control group? So we should
they're not eating raw carnivore. They're not drinking fresh blood. They're not eating organs, most likely. Like most carnivores,
they just eat 80% meat, right? So we should control everyone to them, right?
Yeah, this is also like not in accord with like what the proposition is. The proposition just says 80 to 100% meat. Now we're bringing things like drinking blood.
No, he said not. He said not.
To be clear, by the way, I was just trying to communicate with you my stance. I wasn't trying to make a proposition. I would have taken more time to craft a proposition, by the way.
I take a stance to be a proposition.
Well, that you can have that opinion, but that wasn't my intention. It was just to kind of tell you what I believe in, so we could see if we could have a debate.
Wait. Can you give me an example of a non-propositional stance?
Yeah, literally what I did. Like just telling someone, like when you're making a proposition, you're going to be.
Just give me an example. Like just give me an utterance that qualifies as a non-propositional.
Sure, hear me out. I'll give you a perfect example. It's like, let's say you have a vegan. And someone asks, oh, what's your diet? What are your beliefs? They're like, oh, yeah, I think a plant-based diet is healthy. Now, that's the general gist of their take, their stance.
That's a proposition.
Yeah, but you're autistically focusing on it when that wasn't their intention for it to go under, like, critique. They would have phrased it differently if they were
that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying. That's a proposition.
Okay, and if you're in good faith, you'll understand that it's not to be taken that way. It's just letting you know. I think
Frost just said, I have some vibes. Here are my vibes. I'm not ready to defend them yet. Right?
Not really. I was just letting him know, like if he didn't know who I am, what I generally believe in. If I were to form a proposition for a debate, I would make sure it's
okay. So you're just saying like it's raw version. Like you're not ready to defend.
Yeah, I mean, dude, if you want me to actually write out a testable proposition, I guess I could do that before our debate. That would be productive.
Can I just ask, Frost, how do you define a proposition?
It's your claim, your viewpoint, that's what it is.
No. Well, I mean, like, you're fine to have that definition, but that definition is out of accord with, like, pretty much 100% of the literature on propositional logic. Like,
let's look at the definition. A statement or assertion that expresses a judgment or opinion.
Basically, it's a statement that is truth apt. It can be true or false. Statements that can have the property of being true or being false.
Where's that definition?
Propositions. Crack open any philosophy textbook and turn over to proposition. That's what it'll tell you.
So would you disagree with the Oxford?
Would you just said it is from Google?
So what dictionary do you guys use here?
I'm just telling you the way the word proposition is typically understood in the philosophy literature. It's a truth apt statement. It's a statement that can be either true or false.
Just proposition on Wikipedia. Proposition on Wikipedia.
That's why propositional logic.
I'm gonna
That's
need
why
this
when you're
from you,
giving a
Rex. Right?
proof, that's
I'm
why
gonna
when
need
you're
this.
giving a proof, like, dude, that's why when you're giving a proof in propositional logic, the truth table is represented in nothing but T's and F's. Because each
Sure,
proposition
I'll agree
can
with it
only
in the
hold two
debate
variables.
context. Yeah, I get it. Okay. I'll ask you this. Could you please provide a proposition? So, could you provide a proposition on what would be optimally nutritious and longevity conducive in terms of a diet for humans? Could you do that? Are you capable of that?
Like, you actually want me to, like,
I want you to answer that. Are you
lay-
capable of that? I didn't ask you.
I have absolutely zero idea. I think such a diet hasn't been invented yet.
That's retarded, but okay. So it wouldn't be possible for you to do that.
Wait, can you just define what
Possible?
you
Like-
mean by you're saying things like optimal and stuff like that? What does that even mean?
I think he
let's
just
say
means
I could
out of all.
define. I could
I think
define
he means
the,
out
like,
of all competitors. I think he just means out of all competitors.
So I
what
could give
is
an
currently the
example.
best diet?
The diet,
Yeah, but,
like,
Yeah, but what does that
nutrition.
mean?
I'll ask this.
best with respect to what, though?
Out of what's possible currently, let's say that, because if you think it hasn't
but
been invented yet,
Yeah, but when you say best, that's indexed to some kind of normative pursuit. Best for what goal?
the goal of fulfilling your nutritional needs, let's say, which is one of my.
like if the goal is just fulfilling nutritional needs, then
Let's say that, yeah.
Then there's going to be, like, endless permutations of different diets that are going to fulfill that.
But the
provided
best.
provided that they have all of the nutrients. But
No.
there's plenty of different diets that are going to qualify, right? And some of them are
Not
going to
really.
be vegan diets, and some of them are going to be carnivore diets.
No, not really though,
Yes,
because like for
you
example,
can't just say no and make
I'm
a
explaining.
proposition.
Not
I'm
really though.
explaining.
Wait,
Yeah,
let's-
'cause,
let's
like,
hear. Let's
A
hear.
vegan diet, for example, you'd have to do a very specific one, just full of pills, I suppose. But generally, a
Well,
vegan diet.
that's irrelevant because you're asking for things that were logically possible, I'm assuming, right? It's logically possible to have a nutritionally adequate vegan diet.
It wouldn't, not one that would, let's say like that was possible. I disagree with that, but I'm going to even give you that. Then it would still not be possible to also have optimal metabolic function on any vegan diet.
You're saying it would be impossible to have like some hypothetical permutation of a vegan diet or vegan compatible diet that, like, fulfills, like, the goal of achieving, like optimal metabolic functioning. I don't like the word functioning. I
Along
like
with
the
nutrition,
here.
yes.
Along with, like, achieving nutritional adequacy or optimal nutritional adequacy, or, like, however you want to phrase it. Like, you're saying that is impossible?
That along with an optimal metabolic state, yes, it's impossible.
Right. So having an optimal metabolic state, optimal nutritional status, in conjunction with hypothetical permutation of a vegan diet, that conjunction of these three propositions, that is impossible.
Yes, on a vegan diet, yes. In the
What's
current year.
What's the contradiction?
There is no way to.
That's not a contradiction. What's the contradiction?
That makes it not possible for the metabolic state specifically.
Yeah, like you're saying it's impossible. Impossibility is that's a modal expression that expresses that there's a contradiction. I don't know what impossible means if not to express that there's a contradiction.
Yeah, the contradiction is that there is going to be plant oils and sugars, and even
That's
if you
not a
only do one or the
contradiction.
other,
That's not a contradiction.
that contradicts an optimal metabolic state.
That's not a contradiction. What's the
It
contradiction?
does.
even know what a contradiction is.
Let me try to formalize it for him. Okay, I'll be as charitable as possible. So the contradiction is, if an optimal nutritional diet, whatever, requires not having certain oils, and vegan diet necessitates certain oils, then that's a contradiction.
Yeah, if you want to phrase it like yeah.
Yeah, I agree with him.
Okay.
Wait. Okay, so what's the contradiction?
So if it's impossible for a vegan diet to be optimal for metabolic function, and that that's contradicted by the fact that in a vegan diet there will be plant oils.
No. So, like, do you understand what I'm asking for when I ask for a contradiction? Because it doesn't seem like it.
Maybe not.
No,
I'm
yeah.
not a debate bro.
When
Like I don't do the
ask for a
like.
contradiction. Like, what do you take a contradiction to be? Like, give me like the basic definition of what you take a contradiction to be.
I would say something like someone saying an apple is red and also blue.
No,
something like that.
That's not a definition. That's ostension. Like, I'm not asking you to convey the concept through ostension. I'm asking you to just give me the definition. What is a contradiction?
Oh, the definition. Then I would say just statements or beliefs that are in opposition to each other.
Okay, so that's close. Technically, like in the literature, a contradiction is a proposition in conjunction with its negation. P and not
Okay.
P. Right?
Sure.
So what propositions form P and not P with respect to this? You have the conjunction of three propositions, some hypothetical permutation of a vegan diet, and we're just talking about any logically possible vegan diet. And we are talking about the conjunction of having metabolic health and the conjunction of
Optimal metabolic health.
Optimal metabolic health and
As
the
good as
conjunction
possible.
of optimal nutrient status or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
okay, so you have all three of those in conjunction, all three of those predicates like in conjunction, and there is a contradiction that is entailed. What is the contradiction? The proposition in conjunction with its negation.
Since I'm not a debate like linguist, I don't know how to phrase it properly. So if you could have some flexibility and just take my point for what it is, then
What do you mean to take
Okay, can I have another attempt? Sorry, can I have another attempt?
Wait, no. I feel like the last attempt got us really sidetracked. Like, so if you don't have a contradiction, then I don't know why you're saying it's impossible unless you mean something other than contradiction by impossible. And if you do, what is that thing?
It's like, bro, okay. I'll phrase what I say, and I think it would be interesting to see if you could create the sentence with how you'd want it worded. Okay, so hear me out. The vegan diet, any vegan diet that is actually eating plant matter will have carbohydrate and plant oils together, which by definition cannot be an optimal metabolic state. Therefore, on said diet, you cannot have an optimal metabolic state. Does that claim make sense?
Yeah, but it's also not what you said before. Before you were referring to the entire superset of logically possible vegan diets. Now you're referring to a subset, a very specific subset that includes plant matter. I don't take all vegan diets to be.
Could you define what you think a vegan diet is?
I think a vegan diet is just any diet that's compatible with vegan ethics.
So
that scopes over some carnivore diets, by the way.
So you think a vegan diet would eating all rotten carcasses of animals if they're already dead or something like that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I guess we just need to really establish that definition then, because that would kind of be pretty stupid if a vegan diet could also fall under what I'm claiming, right? Because then it's sort of
Well, I don't know if it would be stupid, but it would definitely.
I think it would be a disingenuous definition compared to what 99% of people consider it. I think we'd kind of be talking about your own definition.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the word disingenuous. It just means that there was a misunderstanding about term usage.
According to just Google, it excludes all animal products.
Yeah, I don't.
Typically,
look up vegan society definition.
I don't follow standard definitions of veganism. They're all crazy.
I actually think that Nick's definition would fall under the vegan society definition. I can argue sentientism from the vegan society definition.
So your guys' definition is probably just any diet that reduces animal harm as much as possible.
No, not reduces. Not reduces. As long as it doesn't entail
We're just going
cruelty.
in semantics at this point.
I think I don't know why a lot of other people are hyping up about what definitions to use when it's my definition that's being asked about. My definition of veganism, it's hard to track exactly what veganism is aiming for. It's hard to express, but Best definition that I've come up with so far, or actually I didn't come up with it, but the best definition that I've seen so far, and the one that I personally adopt in conversation or conversations like this, I might be like I adopt other definitions in other contexts, but in this kind of context, the definition that I'd be using would be something along the lines of like, veganism is an applied ethic characterized by behavioral heuristics aimed at avoiding behavior, aimed at avoiding certain behaviors out of a counterfactual concern for greater harm toward sentient beings. Something like that. Something approximating that. And I think if I leaned into most vegans hard enough, they would probably also sign off on that. But I think the issue here is that, like, in 99% of contexts, the vegan society's definition is going to be sufficient to accomplish like most goals that people have with respect to the intuitions that lead to veganism. Like, if all you, if like in 99% of context, like if all you're trying to convey to somebody is that I don't want animal foods on my plate at a restaurant, like, you could just tell them that you're vegan, and even if the person you're communicating with is adopting like a vegan society's definition and not this hyper-specific definition that I just gave, like, you're still going to be accomplishing the goal, right? So like in 99% of contexts, other definitions are sufficient, but I think in like highly rigorous contexts like a debate like this, it's important to get like the actual intuition.
Okay, so wait, let's throw away veganism. Let's throw away the term. It's very convoluted. I'll ask this. Could you take a stance about what you think the best diet is for humans to optimize nutrition, metabolic function, lowering, I think my mic's cutting out, lowering disease risk, things, I'm not being hyper artistic, things along those lines. Like, what would you suggest to a human who cares about their health?
Well, I think that's two questions. It's two different things. Like, what is such a diet, and what would I recommend to somebody who had like the goals of optimizing those things? Those are two different things. I think the diet that you're asking for is something that hasn't been invented yet. But the recommendations that I would give to somebody who is interested in optimizing those things, the recommendation that I would give to them would be to talk to their dietitian about it.
So you don't trust yourself and your understanding enough to take a stance on that?
So it depends on what you're asking me for. Like, if you're asking like what I would recommend to any rando on the street who's interested in optimizing those things, my answer to that would be talk to your dietitian. But if you're asking me, what do I take to be like, I don't like using the word optimal, but like, what would I take to be like a diet that optimizes outcomes for the greatest number of people? Like,
yeah,
that's
sure,
a different.
Say like that. Yeah, we can say it like that,
right?
Because I know you don't have to prescribe to an individual. So sure, go that.
Yeah, that would be a different answer.
And what would that be?
I would basically just, I mean, it wouldn't be terribly sexy or anything like that, but the most rigorous documentation that we currently have on this particular question is basically the supplementary material for the dietary guidelines by the USDA. That's like the most rigorous empirical investigation into how to optimize outcomes for just randos on the street.
So notice how you said
I would probably just
notice
defer
how you said it was the best we have. Do you see how like that almost implies we don't have anything really superb? It's kind of like the best we have.
Yeah, like, dude, I already addressed this. I already told you that, like, if you're going to talk about optimal diets that maximally increase these things, just simpliciter, that diet probably hasn't been invented yet. I think that's a diet that we'll have to invent because nature's too sloppy to be relied on.
That's interesting. So, like, you think there's kind of a diet that would be better for cows that, besides grass, that could be invented? Like, are you of that thinking?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's just trivially true.
Interesting. That's very interesting because the way I see it, it's when a species is eating something for millions of years, they become very biologically adapted to
a bad
handle
thing,
that.
by the way. With respect to certain outcomes, that's a bad thing, by the way.
Why do you think that?
Well, because evolution has a tendency to trade long-term fitness for short-term reproductive success. It's going to make that trade every day of the fucking week, right? So when you have a diet to which you are heavily adapted, it actually ends up being the case that it's more likely than not to trade long-term fitness for short-term fitness. So that means an ancestral diet would probably be great for things like fecundity and reproduction and child rearing and like puberty for in the case of humans. Like it would probably be great for all of those things, but in the post-reproductive window, it's probably going to be shit because natural selection has a tendency to make those trade-offs.
It's like nature is interested in you to like grow fast, reproduce fast, and then die.
Yeah,
right. And what do you call it? So, but then when we look at the nutrients we need, right? Those stay very consistent, and those wouldn't really be present in any other, at least natural food. You can make an argument about supplements, right?
But the whole point here is that unnatural foods are probably going to be superior in the long term if they are non-inferior to ancestral exposures in the short term, right?
Yeah,
you can make that.
He doesn't mean like Skittles and Kit Kat.
Right, like, of course, no, but then it's sort of.
I'm not talking
but do you
about
see how
Skittles and
all
Kit
the
Kats.
things? But do you see how all the things that are being invented, like supplements, most of which are imitating the ancestral diet? It's not like they're developing, oh, we need this nutrient that we don't need that's beneficial. Typically,
yeah, I don't see how that's
we're still imitating what we're adapted to, so it's not like they're particularly superior. And typically, they're inferior.
I mean, there are some biological needs that you're not going to be able to get over, but that's outside that's really outside the scope of what I'm talking about. Like those biological needs are assumed, right? Like I'm not saying anything about those particularly. I'm just saying that if you have an ancestral exposure and a novel exposure that have non-inferior health outcomes in the reproductive window, meaning as far as we can empirically verify, there are no differences in outcomes with respect to, the things we care about in the reproductive window, like reaching puberty, growth trajectories, nutrient status, like those things. As long as there's non-inferiority with respect to those outcomes in the reproductive window, you would actually expect from that, even in the absence of data, that the novel exposure is going to be favored over the ancestral exposure in the post-reproductive window. Because in the post-reproductive window, the chances of that exposure causing poor outcomes is greater than 50%. But the novel exposure, we're agnostic about its effects in the long term. It's actually 50. It's 50-50 versus greater than 50 compared to something else. So we actually, on basis of probabilities, in those types of scenarios, we just favor the novel foods. And we have examples like that from like the empirical literature as it stands. For example, fortified tofu and soy milk in vegan populations, when it's been fortified to include all of the nutrients that you'd get from like say dairy milk or human milk or say meat, for example, like when you equalize the nutrients, it actually ends up being the case that like tofu is non-inferior to animal foods in the reproductive window. It doesn't lead to worse growth trajectories, nutrient status, health outcomes.
But you're focused on outcomes that aren't actually controlled for, rather than like mechanisms.
The control, you mean this thing that's not empirically verifiable that you were talking about? Yeah, I don't care about controlling against that. Like I don't give a shit.
Then how could you report on outcomes then if they aren't?
We report on outcomes with respect to the populations we have available and the data that we have.
So why would you even care about that then?
Because it's the data that we have, and if we're going to be epistemically humble, that's the data that we use.
So that's terrible data then. So why do you even care about nutritional science?
What do you mean by if by terrible data you mean it's just not controlled against this thing that you admitted earlier wasn't even scientific? I don't know why we should care about that.
What? Wait, what do you mean it's not? That
it's not
paradigm
controlled
doesn't even
against
make
this
sense.
thing that you're calling the ancestral diet. That thing that you're calling the ancestral diet is something that we already established earlier, and you conceded to was not a scientific thing. Like this is not an empirically testable thing. If that's the case,
it's not testable, but that doesn't matter in terms of that it should be testable. That it should be tested ideally. Yeah. Okay. Here's what. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
My point is, why do you care about outcomes if the control group is Western and modern dieters? Like, why would you even care about that?
Because that's the population that was even relevant to the questions you're asking. Like, you're asking, what would you say to somebody on the street, who
That
wanted
wants
to
to be
optimize these
optimal,
things?
man.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
improve.
you're asking me what's
Optimal, not improve. Because yes, you'd improve their health outcomes. Well, you can guess that their health outcomes would be improved by adding in fruits and vegetables to their diet based on the epidemiology. But I asked about optimizing, not improving.
How do you even know
Right.
it is optimization if it's not even testable?
That's a
Because
good question.
we have to do the best with what we have, which is looking at nutrition, our metabolic state, the nutrients we require, avoiding things like. Well, okay, so you're saying how do I know that eating 80 to 100% beef is superior to a vegan or Western diet? We're not able to. No one on any side is going to be able to really live up to the scientific principles, because it's not even ethical if we were to do
I don't know what you're
this.
talking about. Like, you're just being asked like a very simple question. Like, what reason do you have to believe that this diet optimizes for outcomes if you admit that it isn't testable?
Because when you look at the nutrition, the lack of anti-nutrition, the macronutrient content, when you look at the biochemistry.
Okay, wait. The outcomes that you're listing scope over more than just nutrient status. They actually they relate to things like disease outcomes and stuff. How do you know that this diet optimizes for disease outcomes? Even like, especially since we know a priori that there's a reason to believe that this diet is actually deleterious for long-term health. Because that's the way evolution works.
100% of the time.
More often than not,
and that manifested in this diet
greater than 50%.
Then how could you report on that if it's not 100% of the time every time? Then how would you? Then you need to prove the assertion that it's applying to this.
Holy shit! It is more reasonable to assume
that it's
true than. It's more reasonable. Like, okay,
so you're assuming previously it was
called an educated guess. It's like when we guess, but we know that it's more than 50%.
So abductive reasoning isn't just a guess. That's just patently false.
Well, he said it as a claim, as a certain, just a few sentences ago. Now it's most likely. Correct?
I don't think I said anything that was incompatible with it being like a probabilistic thing.
You did, but it's okay.
Either way. What was the quote?
You're making an abductive claim.
Quote me, buddy. Quote me.
I cannot quote you word for word.
Okay, then don't make the claim if you're not willing to back it up. Okay, so let's get back to this. So evolutionary adaptations have a tendency to be antagonistically pleiotropic. That means that it is more reasonable than not to assume that antagonistic pleiotropy applies to human diets, adaptations to diet, than it is to assume the opposite, because it's just more likely. Like, do you agree? Do you agree that, like, if you were to flip like a weighted coin and it landed on tails like 90% of the time and it landed on heads 10% of the time, do you think that it would be like unreasonable to assume that it would be it lands on heads more often than not? Like, the next time you flip the coin,
yes, you could assume that, but you can't.
You're going to make an assumption based on the probabilities, right?
Yes,
so in this case, the probability is just greater than 50%. That
you're pulling that stat out of your ass as well. But
no, evolutionary adaptations are no. There's actually an argument for this. Like, evolutionary adaptations have a tendency to be antagonistically pleiotropic, and that's not really a disputable point. I'm happy to get into that, but I'm going to tell you right now that that's not going to be disputable.
Well, that specific percentage is obviously, but like, okay, for semantics aside, let's say it happens most of the time. Let's say it happens most of the time.
Sure. But but I'm not making claims about a specific percentage beyond just saying that it's greater than 50%.
Yeah, so let's just say it's most of the time, right? Just for whatever, who cares? Then you still, and especially with something with this much importance, you can't just assume. What if it is the 10%? It's kind of like, why even bring it up unless there was a way to prove one way or the other?
No, it is reasonable to make an assumption because we have a reason to make the assumption.
It's really not. It's really not though, is it? Because then, okay, it's the 10% of the time that it's false. Then okay, now what? It's just dumb. You'd have to have it certain.
No. You're misunderstanding. So like, if antagonistic pleiotropy applies to over 50% of adaptations, it is more reasonable than not to assume that an adaptation is antagonistically pleiotropic.
Yeah, I get that, but who cares about estimations?
You should. I think you should.
Not really. When it's reporting on something this important, I mean.
Anybody that cares about epistemology or probability theory cares about that. Anybody.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that's pretty dumb if it's not proven.
Wait, I can ask a simple question. Like, let's go back to the coin. Let's say all your income is dependent on the flip coin, and you know that it usually lands like 90% of the time on one side and not the other. So are you going to care about the probability? Like, or are you going to say, okay, that's 50-50 because it's not 100%, I don't care?
I would recognize the probability, and then I would say I can't make a certain claim that it will go either way, which is kind of what he was insinuating.
It's 90% more likely to fall on one side. Are you going to bet all your income like randomly, or are you going to say, well, since it's more likely to fall on one side...
Yeah, if I had to make a bet, but I would not. I would make a bet, and then I would make a bet, but I no. Let me finish my point.
No. I'll mute you. Like,
then I'll just leave. I don't give a fuck. What?
I don't give a fuck either. Like, but with respect,
I have money to make, bro.
So, Loki, run that by me one more time.
Okay. Let's say that his entire net worth is dependent on the coin flip, and it lands on 90% on one side, he knows it, and it lands 10% on the other side. So he has to make a choice, right? Like, he's going to make a bet, because like we take all our knowledge to make some decision, right? With respect to
I already get it. Can I just point out my point?
Going to eat something.
Yeah, so I think in response to that, he said something along the lines of like, "Oh, in that case, I would recognize the difference in probabilities, and like I wouldn't bet my income on it, right?"
Yeah. That's what he did.
Let me speak my point. I'm gonna have to, and you can mute me, and then I'll just leave. I don't care. I'm gonna say my point.
Let's hear him.
My point is, yes, I would put my money on the most probable thing, fucking obviously, but I wouldn't make an assertion like I know it's gonna go either way. It would just be the best. He was implying that though.
I'm not doing that
at first, at least.
I never did
that though. He literally said it's reasonable to assume based upon probability.
And my point is, what's the point of bringing that up if it's only reasonable to assume as an assumption? Who cares?
Well, because so like you have this hypothesis that you admit is not empirically testable. If it's not empirically testable, then we have to go by what is inferable a priori.
So that would then come down to, okay, you're saying, so if we can't test it, then we have to just go to this next thing, which is like a guess that, maybe we only ate meat for short-term survival and that nowadays it wouldn't be ideal. Is that what you're kind of implying?
There are other kinds of guesses which you went for example, like saying which nutrients we need. So like mechanistic speculation is the other step. Since we can test it, we have to do at least something. So it could be like all sorts of mechanistic.
So it's like, are you only in these sort of like theoretical like mind spaces, or do you look at nutrition like actual physiological requirements and then what fulfills those? Like when you let me ask you one more thing. If you see that, like, let's say you need X amount of B12 to not develop chronic brain diseases, do you then say, okay, what foods have this amount of B12 that we need to consume, or do you look at things like that?
Well, I think if this is a tangent, but I'm going to entertain it for just a moment. Like, I think if the fact of the matter is that if you do not obtain optimal B12, something bad happens or something undesirable happens, and you have the goal of avoiding that undesirable thing or whatever the hell. One method that you could use is to look at foods that contain B12, and Another method might be to just make. The fuck was that?
It's a tag.
Oh, okay. Another method might just be to look at, well, how do I maintain my B12 status generally? And that's going to scope over other things than just diet. That's going to scope over things like supplements, which are generally superior to diets, even like omnivorous diets, meat-heavy diets.
We can easily control them.
Yeah, we can easily control it.
What do you mean by superior?
Well, it takes sublingual vitamin B12, for example. Like it just has fewer steps, right? It gets absorbed through passive diffusion. You don't need to rely on intrinsic factor.
And what if the animal that you ate, it wasn't fed properly and wasn't supplemented? So like you're eating beef and it actually like has less of some nutrients. Because you can't really control for that, but you can easily control for
and that's actually less controlled in the wild. You're more likely to encounter nutritionally deficient animals in the wild.
Oh, how do I personally do that? Well, I personally am very selective with where I get my meat, of course. So that's how I personally. I know they eat only grass and are outside. So
about vitamin B12, like a sublingual supplement is just going to have fewer steps for absorption. Like it's just going to be like massively more bioavailable because you're also bypassing the step of having to bind it to intrinsic factor, and intrinsic factor is secreted in response to certain dietary
yeah, I don't really
inputs.
disagree with B12. Yeah, I'd agree with you. But like let's say something like K2.
So wait. You agree that like a B12 supplement for the reasons that I just described would be superior to relying on diet if you were interested in maximizing bioavailability, right?
I wouldn't say. I'd say like I'd give you equivalent.
They're equivalent? Wait
Yes.
a second. So you have more steps in one case, right? And that step we have a reason to believe is modulated with age, right? People who are older have less intrinsic factor. That's why people develop things like pernicious anemia. They just lose the ability to produce as much intrinsic factor as before, and then they have to go to B12 supplements anyway. Like there's literally just more steps in the causal chain between like intaking a nutrient and actually using it in metabolism. Like there are more metabolic steps to take in the case of getting it through food than there are in the case of just taking a sublingual B12 supplement.
Yeah. A quick analogy, very quick analogy. Like imagine you want to assemble a table and you're buying all the parts from China, right? And some parts just didn't arrive because like you ordered from different places. You can't control for that. Or you can just buy an assembled table. So it would be more likely that buying an assembled table, which you can like inspect beforehand, would be like not missing any parts compared to like this long chain of supply.
Okay, so like I see your point with the intrinsic factor. Maybe for old or sick people, I would agree it's superior.
Okay, wait. So that means that there are possible diets outside of this 80 to 90 or 80 to 100% meat that are going to optimize these outcomes, right? Because then you're talking about like an 80 to 100% meat-based diet plus a B12 supplement.
I'd agree with you if you hear me out. I'd agree with you if you showed that someone eating raw ruminant animals, the associated fat, and then some organs, if there was ever in healthy animals, if there was ever a deficiency found and a non-optimal level of B12 found, then I would agree with you.
But we're also, like, just to be clear, we're also talking about like this is happening in an ancestral context, and like there are all these other ancestral inputs, like presumably you're getting adequate sunlight and you're doing all of these other
20 kilometers a day.
Yeah, and doing all of these other ancestrally consistent things that make up your true control group, right?
Sun, I would give you sun. I don't care about running or something for my argument.
Okay, so like, but you are talking about like this true control group that you were talking about before. As long as you can demonstrate like some kind of deficiency in that true control group or whatever,
yeah,
then you'd grant it. Well, you already told me that true control group is not something that's testable. So what the fuck are you asking me to do?
I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm just asking you, or I'm just displaying it would have to. It's sort of an untestable thing. So your critiques are valid. Like from your debate and scientific lens, I get it. It's just something that it's unknown. You wouldn't be able I mean, and then what we do have is when we look at the blood tests of carnivores. Wait, no, hear me out. We do have something that highly indicates it, and that's because we do have blood tests of long-term carnivores, and their B12 is pristine and without supplementation.
You said earlier that those carnivores are not the true
optimal, correct?
That you're talking about.
They're not optimal, so but if something is below optimal, because they're below optimal following the same diet, just with less nutrition. So a cooked carnivore has less B12 in the diet than a raw carnivore. So if they're getting enough on cooked carnivore, it's just therefore sufficient on a raw carnivore, unless you're in bad faith.
You would say that outcomes track pretty linearly. Positive outcomes would track pretty linearly with total meat in the diet. Now that you're including these suboptimal categories that still have decent metabolic health or something like that, would you consider somebody who had, say, more meat but say or less meat than that suboptimal group and just more plant foods or more of maybe even the standard American diet? Would you expect their outcomes to be slightly worse, and as you dropped meat down to 0, you'd expect outcomes to just gradually reduce down to just something completely undesirable? But it's linear, right?
That would be my suspicion. Yes, the more meat okay. I would suspect, because we're being grammar Nazis, I would suspect that the more meat you replace with plant matter, that your outcomes would be worse. And again, it's not provable or controllable.
No. Well, that is definitely something that's controllable.
I would like to see that then.
The hypothesis that positive health outcomes just generally would associate with more meat as opposed to less, that is definitely testable.
More meat? Pretty much. Whoa! Gotta stop you there. Meat? I don't care about meat. I'm talking about ruminant raw meat that's grass-fed and raised on a pasture.
No. That's in your Candyland optimal category. You were talking about the carnivores that are eating
only steak, grass-fed steak.
They're only eating steak, and they're eating cooked meat or whatever.
Grass-fed,
and
yes.
Most people are eating cooked meat. What I'm asking for is, do you expect health outcomes to get progressively better as you go from 0% meat to 100% meat? And say, even if you're at 100% meat, you would expect health outcomes to be even better if you went from cooked meat to raw meat, right?
Let me draw out my diagram.
Within the spectrum of cooked meat, which is pretty much what everybody does, you would expect health outcomes to get progressively better as you got to 100%.
This is the importance, but here's how I can't post images here.
I'll give you the role.
Yeah. I think he said some very specific meat though. He didn't say any meat. He said some
chicken
very
is. I think chicken's horrible to eat. For example.
Yeah. We could do just red meat. Just red meat. It's fine.
Red grass-fed meat.
It has to be ruminant, pasture-raised, grass-fed meat, and really, for my argument, it should not be cooked.
I don't know any examples of red meat that's typically empirically investigated that isn't ruminant, but that's fine. What is this supposed to be showing me?
So I'm going to explain it to you. So my point is, I think the last 10% of plants you replace with meat to go to 100% meat is more beneficial. And then also I think if you were all plants, you added in 10% meat, that will have a higher return on investment than the people switching between 70-30 meat and then 30-70 plants.
I need an X.
Okay,
I don't know what the hell this is showing.
You can't
I think X is
it.
amount of meat and Y is amount of badness. The higher, the worse.
It's sort of, actually I know how to do it easily.
I think the Y you meant the worse. So the lower it gets, the better it is, right?
The meat to badness ratio.
I can explain it verbally. It's the last 10% on either way, going from completely plants to completely meat.
Just as
that's going to make the biggest difference. Yes, exactly. Yes. Because
So,
like when you still have the plant toxins in your diet, eliminating those last 10% of the toxins is normally gonna be beneficial for most people, it seems.
Hold on. This is I'm
yeah,
gonna, I'm
okay,
gonna
a quick question, Frost. Like, if we have a 100% plant-based diet and we swap 1%, like, okay, let's say 10% of their plant-based diet with any kind of meat, would you expect like their health to be better, or are you limiting this meat to some range? And if we swap it with chicken, like, it will not improve? Can you like give us this?
It's really tricky because it really depends on the plants they're eating, like the sugar content of them, but generally yes.
Yeah, so like we replace 10% of plant-based diet with, let's say, beef, right? And health improves. And we keep doing this on, and it keeps improving, right?
It's like, yes, so if it's the proper meat that I was referring to and they were plant-based, even whole food plant-based, then I would say in most circumstances, it really does depend on the plants you're eating. Is it like a high sugar plant or low sugar plant diet? Kind of does depend.
Yeah, okay, but you know that those people exist who eat this kind of meats, right? So it is testable because we can just take them and compare them with plant-based people and like see the outcomes of their diets.
Not really, because it's kind of healthy user bias, though. Unless you have a study of people eating very, very, very clean meat exclusively, and then also in between.
That's a good question.
So if they eat not as clean meat, do you think that like someone on plant-based diet would, on average, like would get better outcomes because they didn't eat like extremely good meat?
I'm gonna define it like if someone's eating fried chicken cooked in like linoleic acid with a bunch of seasoning, then I think that could hurt their health compared to a plant-based diet.
Can I just ask, when you say healthy user bias, can you define that?
Yeah, it's the general notion is that most people believe plants are healthy and that, red meat is unhealthy. So
people always get this wrong. People always get this wrong. That's not the healthy user bias. Yeah, like this is a meme. I don't know how it started. I think it started with Gary Taubes. But like, you're not describing the healthy user bias. You're describing something called multicollinearity. The healthy user bias is just a selection bias whereby certain demographics are more likely to sign up for certain types of research. And that is a real thing. It's questionable how much it actually impacts the results and the interpretation and whatnot. But that's what you just described is not the healthy user bias. Like what you're describing is like something called multicollinearity.
Then I've been misinformed on the definition. Then yes, multicollinearity. Then yeah.
But multicollinearity specifically is when variables covary with each other. So, for example, shark attacks and ice cream sales, they covary. They tend to track each other. There's high multicollinearity between those two variables. That's just like one example, but like in the context of nutrition, it's like maybe people who eat like vegetables and stuff, maybe they're more likely to also avoid meat, maybe they're more likely to avoid sugar, maybe they're more likely to run. And all of these variables just kind of like track each other. They're almost like proxies. This is the idea, at least. Right? Like when people bring up healthy user bias, people are typically saying that like all of these variables are such proxies for each other because everybody who's doing this is also doing that. And how can you trust the data? And it's like, well, because we do multiple regression. If there was high multicollinearity, you'd see the confidence intervals explode. So in the cases where we don't see the confidence intervals explode and we actually see like tight confidence intervals and evidence of independent effects, there's no evidence of high multicollinearity. So in analyses that have multiple regressions with the variables of concern and you don't see the confidence intervals explode after adjustment, then there's just no evidence of what you're calling the healthy user bias. And that's going to be like most of the epidemiology upon which we base our recommendations. We see tight confidence intervals. We don't see barn door confidence intervals. We see replicability.
So you're saying a lot of you're saying you wouldn't see any of these collinearities with lifestyle and then vegans to any significant amount worth mentioning?
The point that I'm trying to make is, like, if you're looking at the relationship between vegan diets and health outcomes after adjustment for things like physical activity.
Making up your own numbers, basically.
No, let me finish what I'm saying. So if you're trying to like investigate the relationship between, say, vegan diets, and that could actually just be a binary variable in your data set, because people know if they're vegan or not. They could just answer yes or no. It's a very reliable data point to collect, because it's just binary, right? People are or they are not.
How is self-reported data scientific, though? I would ask.
How is it incompatible with science?
It's not controlled for, they could lie.
Science is the acquisition of, like, science is a domain of epistemology concerned with the acquisition of empirical knowledge. I don't understand how surveys are incompatible with the acquisition of empirical knowledge.
He probably just means they're worse than other stuff.
Because people can lie.
I don't even know what that means. Yeah, sure, people can lie.
So how would that be scientific if there's that's a possibility?
Because the assumption is that over 50% of people are not lying, unless you have a good reason to disbelieve
over 50%. So over 50% aren't lying. So that's all you have. So it could be literally 49%.
No, I didn't say over 50% were lying. I said the default assumption is that they're not lying until we have a reason to believe that they are.
Yeah, I mean, we have studies.
Even the possibility basically writes it off from actually being scientific, though.
Okay, well, that's actually interesting, because you referred to the Harvard carnivore study earlier, right? That's all self-reported data.
I never referred to that.
What study on carnivores where they're measuring, where they're like reporting on measurements of like blood markers and
just specific individuals?
But you said
vitamin B12.
Yeah, testing their B12. Like a lot of carnivore influencers that are very strict when they get their blood work done, and that's also capable. They can be lying about that too.
How do you know?
That's fine. Like whatever. That's fine.
How do you know that they're not lying? You're saying that you're taking their words. How do you know that they're not lying?
I don't.
Yeah, because it's self-reported, right?
Yeah, it's not science.
Wait, but you said, hold on, earlier on in the conversation, you said their vitamin B12 levels were pristine, but how do you know that they're not lying?
I don't.
But wait, you're taking their word for it, though, because you're saying their vitamin B12 levels are pristine, and that was an argument.
And I can explain why. And I can explain why it has more credibility than...
This is exactly... Wait, before you go on. This is exactly why, like, he wanted that specific debate partner, right? Because his shtick, like, his strategy in the debate is to just demonstrate that the opposition's position is just as retarded as his own. This is what I prophesized this, like, an hour ago.
Not really. We haven't even really covered anything like actually relevant to nutrition. Really, we haven't really touched on much of it. But, because you were kind of talking about a theoretical diet that didn't even exist yet. Like, so you don't really have a take really. You just say talk to a dietitian. So I feel like.
Oh wait, that is my take.
Yeah, but you don't have a personal understanding of what would be optimal. Largely, like you. I guess you just don't think there's enough science to make that assertion.
What does that even mean?
If all of that is to say that I'm epistemically humble, then yes, I'm epistemically humble.
Yeah, see how it's kind of like it's almost like, yeah, nothing can really be proven in this field to like the standards that we want it to be. So then you can just be agnostic and then try to tear down anyone else's opinion. It's not that hard. That's my whole point.
I never said that though. And nor is that inferable from what I said.
It is.
Can you show me the inference?
You can be like Jordan Peterson, right? And just kind of like never have an opinion and just ask for definitions. But it's like, it's not really very interesting or productive.
I gave you a bunch of my opinions. What are you talking about?
Not on the subjects that I care about. I gave a bunch of definitions of man-made words, like no one really cares.
To the extent that you were asking me questions, I provided you with my opinions.
Okay, I'll ask you a question. So, is the vegan diet nutritionally sufficient? Is a diet lacking any animal products nutritionally sufficient without supplementation?
No, that's a lethal diet.
Okay. And by your understanding, though, would you say it is then a very nutritious and optimal diet with supplementation.
Wait. Re-ask the question?
And now if you were to add supplementation to this deadly diet, what is your opinion on that diet then? I'll just leave it open-ended.
So wait, the question was like a diet that's just plants simpliciter?
That's lacking animal foods, yes.
So the only nutrient that I'm aware of that cannot be satisfied based on current knowledge by plants without supplementation, the only nutrient that I'm aware of really is B12. And contextually, things like, it's pretty much just vitamin B12.
How about vitamin D in the Arctic Circle?
Vitamin D, that's adding like a contextual variable to it. Like,
yes, I know. I'm just saying there's millions of humans that live there, for example.
Sure.
So how would vitamin D be fulfilled?
If you lack exposure to sunlight and are not consuming foods with
if we're talking about being optimal here, you need exogenous creatine to be.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. To be optimal, to be perfectly optimal, based on muscle performance, hypertrophy, motor recruitment units. Every study depicts you need about 5 grams of creatine in your diet per day. So that's not being optimal if you don't have that. Now you won't die without it, but your motor recruitment units will be less efficient without it.
What makes you say that?
I can find the paper for you if you want.
Yeah, find the paper, because you make a lot of claims on YouTube that you don't really have any substantial backing on.
I do. Name one.
What do you mean? Look at your carnivore video, for example. The carnivore video, you stated that human beings are hyper-carnivores because of a study from the Ice Age?
Yeah, because we were in the Ice Age for 97% of our humanity, and
you're looking at one population.
Yeah, and in every stable isotope analysis of people during 97% of humanity.
What is stable isotope analysis? Tell me.
That examines the collagen of our bones and looks at the protein makeup, and we can determine how much.
Do you think it would show if you ate a plant diet?
It does show that. Yeah.
It does. So
look at the Hadza. Look at the Hadza. Yeah, look at that stable isotope analysis of the Hadza. They have like 40% meat. Look at that. Shows that all the plant protein
based on their bones.
Yeah,
but if you look at how they eat today, they are pretty omnivore. You're saying they're carnivores?
Yeah. No, it's post-agriculture. What?
Stable isotope tests display like plant consumption components. Why would it do that?
Why would it? Yeah, I'm asking him. Does it do that? He says it does.
It does, yes. Because there's plenty of stable isotope analysis that show.
I don't understand how stable isotope works, FaceIQ. Can you explain it to us how it works? You seem to be very experienced in this. How does it work? What is a stable isotope? What are they actually measuring?
They're measuring the N13, the N15 proteins, and they're comparing it to other societies. And
okay, thank you. Relative to other societies, right? So why didn't they look at populations near the equator during that same time period? You're looking at the bones of one population.
In that video, bro. Do you have a specific tribe you want to check their isotope analysis?
I'm asking you the question. You're basing this on a group of bones of humans that were in the Middle Ice Age?
Yes. So most of our humanity, 97% of our
most of our humanity, really?
Yes.
No. Are you saying we evolved in Arctic areas?
Largely, yes.
Largely? Okay, what kind of human do you think you are? I'm curious.
Homo sapien.
Homo sapiens evolved in Arctic areas, primarily?
Largely, yeah.
Really?
Yep.
This is news to me.
I think that's demonstrably false.
See, this guy, he's a GOTUS fan. He has some sort of race realism thing where he thinks
how's that?
Some humans aren't actually quote unquote humans. Dude,
wait. That's an interesting. No, go on about that. No, go on about that.
I don't think I'm wrong about that.
No, go. I said go on. Explain that.
I mean, I'm asking you a question. Why do you? This is a very particular question.
You just said why do you have a race realism.
Why do you think quote unquote most humans evolved in Arctic areas.
We'll get to that. You said I have a race realism thing going on. Could you explain your proof
I'm
of
asking
that?
you the question. Why do you think most humans evolved in Arctic areas?
Once you answer my question,
you're saying that they primarily evolved in Arctic areas.
I'll get to that after you answer my question. Why did you say I have a race realism thing? I don't give a fuck about you, bro. I'll just mute you. Like, what?
You sound pretty triggered. I'm sorry about this.
That's fine. Just answer or don't. Let me know.
I won't answer until you do.
Bye. All right,
but I think we all know what the answer is.
Atherosclerosis Rex.
So
I forget where we even were.
You don't know what you're talking about. You just make shit up in your videos. And it's cool. You want to make money. It's fine.
So you were talking about creatine.
Yeah. So most of everything indicates it's very beneficial, especially if you care about muscle hypertrophy.
Wait, can I just ask? See, the creatine stuff, is that based upon RCTs?
I believe so.
What's the control group?
Wait, I thought that
those that don't take it.
I thought that the only thing
don't take it.
Oh, wait, I thought that the only thing that could infer cause and effect was people locked in at birth in this experiment. Like, how are you informing on causality with an RCT?
Well, no, he hasn't. He hasn't really given like that as an epistemic standard. I don't think
he did. He said that earlier on.
No, I did. I think you can't even really report on much cause and effect at all in any of this space.
Okay, but how do you know that creatine is optimal for health then? How is it causing something?
I'm suspecting we have to infer that. It's an inference.
Wait. Earlier on, you just
wait. Let me get clear on this. You're using empirical data so far. Like you're using empirical data that, granted, is incomplete to make an inference about what's more likely true than not. Correct?
Yeah.
Welcome to science!
It's not really scientific, though, is it?
How do you here with us?
It's not really, though, is it?
You have a doxastic state and you don't even think it's scientific? What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's just
Welcome
like
to science.
The guy's like beyond low IQ.
No, it's really just not that scientific, though, is it?
Well, if you think we can infer on cause and effect with it, then analytically speaking, it's scientific. What the fuck?
I think there are obviously levels. There are levels to it, though. Like his inference that humans. Yeah, there's inferences that are more logical and likely than others. Like
I think you're referring to like evidence hierarchy, right?
In a way, yeah. So let me explain what I meant. It's like when Atherosclerosis Rex said that it was safe to infer that, meat was just for our short-term evolutionary advantage. That's a little bit different than splitting like people into two groups, giving one creatine, then that group has better hypertrophy, motor unit recruitments, and muscle performance.
So you're critiquing methodology, right?
Like any inference is going to have assumptions. Like I don't understand what you're saying.
Yes, not all are created equally, though. You'd agree, correct? Like there's not all. Yeah.
Right, but like they could be equal, but both sufficient to infer what's to make. They could be like they could be asymmetrical. That's fine, but they could both be sufficient to infer that something is more probable than something else.
Do you think like a two-group RCT is typically going to be significantly more sound to make an estimation about compared to your claim about our short-term evolutionary adaptation with meat?
You mean like you're asking me if an RCT is going to be more epistemically informative than mechanistic speculation? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Like I don't think I mean I'll ask you guys open-ended. Do you guys think that RCTs do report on cause and effect?
It depends on what you mean by that.
Does it? What does it make sense about that?
Of course it depends on what you mean by that. Wait, what the fuck? Yes, of course it depends on what you mean by that. Like, report on cause and effect. What do you take that to mean? Like, give me an example of... Like, give me an example of an experimental design that would inform on cause and effect, whatever, like, or report on cause and effect, whatever that's taken to mean. Like, just give me an example.
On the top of my head, finding people with realistically very, very similar genetics, age, right? Like twins would be ideal. And then you controlled for every single other factor. And then you swapped one factor and then you tested that factor.
You can't control for every single other factor. That doesn't make any sense.
As best as possible is my point. And I think that would
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and I think that would be sound in my eyes. That's just my own opinion, right? Doesn't matter. That's just my opinion.
You mean convincing, right?
So
Yeah,
you
it would be
agree
convincing.
that like you agree that when you're controlling for factors, like you can only control for ones that you are aware of, right?
Yeah,
Well,
you can only control for things you're aware of. Yeah.
You can control for things that you're unaware of, but there are assumptions baked into that. Like randomization presumably controls for unknown confounders, right? So, or at least that's a model assumption with randomization, is that it controls for unknown confounders.
Yeah, sure. So, like, let me give you actually an example. Let me give you an example.
Wait, it doesn't sound like you're describing anything that's incompatible with just run-of-the-mill RCTs.
There's a larger degree of uncontrolled factors in those, though. Genetics.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Like, if you had genetically identical twins, they're going to be a lot more comparable than like a group of random people. It's going to control more for that genetic factor.
Right. So we have twin studies, even in nutrition. You realize that, right?
Yeah, and they're still not that great, though, because they're not actually in controlled environments. They're kind of just going about their lives, and they have a lot of factors introduced. So, like, example, if you had two people in an identical twins in identical lab rooms, given identical food, then you gave one a bunch of green smoothies and the other person a bunch of meat smoothies, and then you tested for calcium oxalate stones, and then one had a lot of calcium oxalate stones, the other didn't, that would personally be a lot more convincing to me than some RCT, for example.
Well, yeah, like more convincing. Nobody's going to disagree with that. Like nobody's going to disagree
exactly.
that like
that's
the more variables you control for, the more
I think we agree.
import it's going to have. Nobody's going to disagree with that. But what I'm asking for specifically, maybe I should be more specific in my phrasing here. What is the threshold for causal inference with respect to an experimental design?
It's hard to draw the line, but for my personal, what would convince me is in a lab experiment of identical twins. Like, that would convince me. I think that's enough things being controlled for, where if we saw a large difference in a controlled factor, it would convince me.
So just to be clear, anything short of that, you're not comfortable inferring like cause and effect. Like anything short of that,
for 100% certain.
Well,
yeah, not for 100% certain.
Science isn't even interested science isn't even interested in 100% certainty.
Yeah, I am. I'm speaking. Yeah, I know. I'm saying what that would convince me. Like, I wouldn't say. You're asking for the like universal scientific requirement. Yes, I understand. I'm just speaking about me, like, personally, dude.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, nobody but you is expecting like a study to produce 100% certainty. And there are reasons why that expectation is silly to begin with.
Can you give us one example of a study which like convinces you 100%? Like, do you have at least one such study in any field, like anywhere?
In any field, let me think.
Well, if his bar is 100% certainty, I don't even know how that's.
I think an analysis, for example, of how most kidney stones are calcium oxalate stones, for example, and then it also had tracked the diets of the people, not even self-reported completely. I think that was a pretty good study. And then, like, obviously,
were there twins in that study? Were they locked in a metabolic ward or something?
No.
So wait. I just want to get very clear on what the epistemic bar is. Like, at what like point can you reliably say that, like, oh yes, I believe that what's being demonstrated here is a cause and effect relationship?
Yeah, I'd say another good example would be like tracking many individuals getting sunlight and then seeing their serum vitamin D go up, something like that.
Okay, well,
consistently.
That design is actually worse than even some of the worst nutritional epidemiology, so that's surprising to hear.
Is it though? How's that?
Because there's no mention of any variables being controlled for at all. You don't even have like an adjustment that you're referring to. Like, the vitamin D levels, are these people free living? Are they stuck in a metabolic ward? Are they being monitored? Are they taking supplements? Like, these are all things that would have to go into.
No, yeah, you're right. I didn't phrase that very well. Let's say everyone on, no supplements, same diet, blah, 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 right? Like every factor controlled for that we understand wouldn't produce vitamin D. And then, so the way I see it is it's like combining biochemistry.
Why would we have to control for factors that don't influence vitamin D? Those are factors that you don't have to control for.
No, I said control for then if I misspoke, I said control for everything that may influence it, like supplements and diet. And my point, the way I see it that's logical is like, I think using a mechanism as a hypothesis or epidemiology as a hypothesis, and then our best guess we can actually do is then testing that hypothesis in a large randomized controlled trials with ideally as little self-reportation as possible.
Wait, can I ask, earlier on that you said that the optimal, or rather the only control, would be people that followed certain lifestyle patterns back in the past. So that would be the only optimal control. So how can we find optimal control in this kind of proposed RCT if it's just unscientific, it's untestable, in virtue of the fact that your standard for control just doesn't exist?
Because that needs testing a different control. Like adding in vegetables to the Western diet is obviously going to improve health outcomes.
Earlier, your criticism scoped over the entire field of nutrition because it lacks this true control.
No, not really. Just about the diet-specific claim.
No, but you said that the only control was types of entities that lived in the past through the evolutionary process because this was optimal for human health. They don't exist. Under your view, we don't even have the optimal.
Oh, no, you misinterpreted me then. I was more about them eating ancestrally appropriate, and I think even carnivores today don't, because they put seasoning and salt on their meat. The meat isn't properly raised. They overcook it, etc. Like, I'm really less concerned about like how much running a human did or something when it comes to nutrition.
What's the symmetry break? Because presumably you think that something is healthy in virtue of the fact that it was some feature of the evolutionary process. But if that's not true of things like exercise and sun exposure, what's the symmetry breaker?
Sorry, your mic was hard for me to hear.
Yeah, you're saying that the only appropriate control would be something that's true of humans hundreds of thousands of years ago in virtue of the fact that that's optimal for health in regards to diet. But you're saying it's not true of things like exercise and sun exposure and whatnot. So what's the symmetry breaker?
No, I'm saying it literally could be done today. Like there's enough, it could be possible to lock people up, feed them perfect raw meat, raw organs, and raw blood, have another group eating whatever Citrus Rex wants, then we could add in vegetables, or we could have two groups, right? They're eating all raw meat, that's perfect, all raw blood, raw organs that are all perfect in the perfect ratios. That would be ancestrally appropriate. We could give one group, we could replace some of their raw meat with vegetables, then we could observe them over a long time, and then we could see the effects. And I think that would be pretty convincing.
Yeah, but I'm saying that your thesis is predicated upon the idea that something is optimal for health if and only if it's some feature of the evolutionary process. So in order to know things in regards to sun exposure and exercise, that would also have to be true equalized of, the things that humans did through the evolutionary process. And if not, what's the symmetry breaker?
That we're focusing on nutrition.
Exactly. What's the symmetry breaker?
Maybe I'm lost with what you're even asking. Like, why does running not affect? Why do I not really care about that in terms of like your B12 levels or something?
No, Nick, do you understand what I'm asking?
Not really, no.
I think so. So, like, if...
So let me sort of recapitulate it. So your critique earlier on was the only appropriate control is something that humans did through the past, and presumably the kind of the
no,
logic
that people who ate actually like that.
Yeah, but that's indicative of humans through the evolutionary process in the past, and presumably the logic underpinning that is that's optimal for human health because it was part of the evolutionary process. So to have a true control in any circumstance in an RCT context, under your view, it has to be indicative of the way that humans live through the evolutionary process. So that's also going to be true of things like exercise, sun exposure, anything, right? Or if not,
Yeah, I get that.
Like,
the
what if we take the
why is it
exercise
only
out
true
of
of nutrition?
equation and it just flips the entire scale? Like, without exercise, like all those organs and shit is going to damage you instead. Like, we cannot test it.
Yeah, it's an okay point. I mean, if there's something like, I think that assumption would kind of need some sort of, there'd have to be some like a mechanism to kind of point to that though.
Because here's the thing, like if you're wanting to say like say vitamin D, for example, having higher vitamin D status like leads to better outcomes, and you're looking at current data, your critique before was like the controls in the current data only tell you that compared to people who are doing suboptimal stuff anyway, increasing vitamin D like improves some health outcome. But it could be the case that in an ancestral population, maybe they don't need as much vitamin D. Maybe they're tolerant to their vitamin D status. Maybe optimal vitamin D status is actually much, much lower in that population because everything else has been optimized. Right? So if you want to say that like having this or lacking this true control is an epistemic barrier for nutrition science overall, because
it's kind of a false equivalence though, because you could test for vitamin D and everyone's eating the same diet though, right? So when you add in something, you see what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think you're tracking, to be honest.
no, I am, but I don't think it's like a good analogy or explanation of like what I was getting at.
I'm asking you what the symmetry breaker is, and you're just saying it's falsely equivalent. So you're just saying the symmetry breaker it's unequivalent, so it's non-informative.
It's what do you call it? It's like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't have, if there was evidence to suggest that, exercise and that was really relevant to nutrient absorption, then I would agree with you guys. I should require that control group to actually be living like those humans. I do think those humans would be a little bit healthier overall, but I'm not really getting what you're getting at. If I were to have
I think what Adrian's saying here is like, if not having this control is a barrier to other, like, who the hell keeps leaving and joining? Can somebody point out? Does anybody know who keeps leaving and joining?
I'll track him down.
Okay, yeah, just ban him from the server. That's just complete.
Sure.
Yeah. So like, I think what Adrian is saying is that if the God, I lost my train of thought because that fucking retard.
Epistemic barrier.
Yeah. So like, if lacking this true control is an epistemic barrier for like for like, say something else in nutrition science, like what was the first thing
it's
that
a
I brought
barrier
up?
For adding in vegetables and then saying that improves health because the control is the Western diet.
Great. So not having the true control is an epistemic barrier if the intervention is adding vegetables, but it's not an epistemic barrier if the intervention is adding vitamin D. What's the difference? What's the difference between those two scenarios, such that one presents as an epistemic barrier and the other doesn't?
Because the epistemic barrier with the vegetables is that obviously everyone's current practices of what they're eating is poor, whereas everyone's practices in terms of adding in vitamin D are typically pretty similar. So their diet is kind of irrelevant. Like, the diet is kind of irrelevant to that compared to, actually eating a natural proper diet.
Wait, you're gonna have to
Does
run
that
this
not make
by
sense?
me. You're gonna have to run this by me.
So the one study is adding in vegetables to the Western diet. Now adding in vitamin D to the Western diet, those aren't equivalent in terms of improving health outcomes because one is an actual nutrient. Does that
they're both exposures, right? Like we're just we're increasing both exposures in both.
So if you're adding in something but I agree, vegetables would also improve the health outcomes of these people because it is better than what they're eating, and then vitamin D would also be better than what they're eating. But the vegetables, adding them in and improving health outcomes wouldn't report on what's optimal though. That's just reporting on an improvement. Because we don't have a good.
Wait a second. Like, that's not a distinction between them, though. I'm asking for a distinction. Like, I can grant that, like, it's like adding, like, an RCT on vegetables is not going to inform us about what's optimal, and an RCT on vitamin D is not going to inform us about what's optimal. That's just trivially true of both of them. I'm asking for a distinction that makes one an epistemic barrier and the other not.
I mean, Matt, I feel like I've already explained it, bro. Like,
I don't think you have.
Because the barrier is yes, it would be a barrier to show that supplementing vitamin D would be good for people eating a bunch of raw animal fat and protein exclusively. Yeah, that would be a barrier for that. But I'm saying there's neither a barrier for the general population with how they're living now, right? Like I think RCTs would show adding in vitamin D and vegetables are both going to lead to better health outcomes for the average Westerner. But vegetables are a little different because it's just different than an actual vitamin being supplemented. Because there's so many more nuances. Like with vitamin D, you can kind of supplement vitamin D, then test their vitamin D levels, right? Oh, they're in the optimal range. Vegetables a little bit different, but
wait. Yeah, so let me see if I understand this correctly, because I think I'm getting close to understanding like what you're trying to say. Are you saying that
I'll say this: if you're adding anything into the Western population, you can report on what would generally help someone living the way our Westerners do. You would agree with that, right?
Sure, but that's true in both scenarios.
Yeah, I agree. That's true in both scenarios. I think we're just not. I don't know, but yeah, I think we're on the same page now. Yeah, that'd be true in both scenarios.
No, we're not on the same page because I don't know why one is an epistemic barrier and the other isn't.
I'm saying neither are an epistemic barrier in terms of improving a Westerner's health. If they both show positive outcomes when added to the Westerners.
So the issue here is like the scope of the research question. Like if the research question is asking like what is optimal, then like having a control that isn't like this ancestral diet of yours, that's going to be a problem for that type of research question. But if we have a different type of research question that doesn't have that isn't scoping over that particular goal, like say, okay, what happens what happens if we just add vitamin D to, a Westerner's diet or whatever? Like if that's the research question, then there are actually going to be informative outcomes with respect to that research question that we can get from RCTs, right? Like that's what you're saying?
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of zoned out on you, but I'm gonna say it real quick in one sentence. I think both of those concepts of adding in vitamin D or vegetables will report on an improvement of Westerners, and I think both of those there'd be an epistemic barrier in terms of improving the health outcomes of those health outcomes couldn't report on if it would be better for a naturalistic human who eats raw meat.
That's essentially what I said. If your research question is what could be used to improve upon like this ancestral diet, then you'd need the ancestral diet as a control. Like nobody's going to disagree with that. But that seems to be not what you were initially trying to say.
Oh, that's what I was trying to say, because I'm sure you'd agree, like would adding in a vitamin D supplement improve the health outcomes of someone who's outside 8 hours a day? Right? Like, probably not, compared to someone who works in a building all day.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right? Like, I just don't think it could. So I think the way I see, like, all the epidemiology about the fruits and vegetables is that you have a control that is like a 40% obesity rate. It's sort of like, yes, of course, any whole natural food is going to improve the health outcomes of chronically sick people. And I think it's brushing over what's truly optimal lies below that.
That's not how epidemiology works, actually, because things like body weight, body mass index, correlates.
That's just one symptom, though. Even the skinny people are still sick and unhealthy, though.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that those particular variables are typically adjusted for, so they're not really a consideration here.
Yeah, and that was just to show like the symptom of how people really are generally living. Yeah, there's still a bunch of skinny people drinking diet sodas, and you can try to control for so many things and then see positive health outcomes when adding fruits and vegetables, because they are one of the, if you go to a grocery store, a fruit or vegetable is one of the healthiest things in the entire grocery store, healthier than 99% of things, in my opinion. So I would expect that to happen with almost every control group ever, besides what I'm advocating for.
Right.
And I've seen plenty of epidemiology of adding in unprocessed red meat also improving health outcomes. For example, like
that is the exception and not the rule, and usually
unprocessed red meat.
Improving health outcomes is definitely the exception and largely confined to very specific cohorts, and we have reason to question like those particular cohorts. Typically in epidemiology, where we actually, there have only really been a couple cohort studies that I've ever actually seen, and they're very like limited in their methodological rigor compared to others that I've seen. But they like the ones that find like benefits of red meat, those are not common at all.
I've personally never seen an association with really any correlation factor that of any meaning that has ever shown something negative of adding in red meat. That's for sure. To any outcome.
I don't know what I have no idea what that sentence was trying to communicate to me. What are you talking about?
I've never seen any epidemiology, and let me know if you have, that shows adding in red meat to the diet or higher red meat, unprocessed red meat consumption leads to any negative health outcome. If you have any evidence,
what do you mean by adding in? Like taking people in the population and like giving them more meat?
Yeah, that specifically.
Of course you haven't seen that. That's an intervention. That's not an epidemiological study. So it's not surprising that you haven't seen that, because that probably doesn't exist.
No, it does. I've seen when you look at both like people self-reporting how much unprocessed red meat they have, which again, it's just not very accurate.
That's different. That's different.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying both.
You're not giving
I'm saying
red meat.
Okay, then I'll say I haven't seen it. I know. I'm saying there's two studies I'm referring to, but I've in either case, like in RCTs or epidemiological studies, with safe, healthy, unprocessed red meat, I haven't seen any negative association proven. If you have, then I would be interested to take a look at it, but I haven't.
So let me just get clear on something, because you said like safe, unprocessed red meat. Like, are you trying to say that the type of red meat that you are interested in just hasn't been investigated?
No. I believe grass-fed red meat that's unprocessed has been, and that's what I'm referring to.
Let me ask you this: like, let's take grain-fed red meat, like beef, for example, which is what people are typically eating. If somebody, all else being equal, you have like somebody who's eating a standard American diet or whatever, and you swap out, or actually not even just swapping out. Let's say we have like a sample of the population, and all else being equal, one group is eating isocalorically, say, I don't know, 200 grams of red meat a day, or say just some amount of red meat a day, being compared to a group that's isocalorically consuming, say, vegetables. You would expect, even though it's grain-fed meat and it's like cooked and it's not raw and they're not drinking blood or whatever, like you would expect the health outcomes of the people eating the meat to be better than people eating the vegetables, right?
Most likely.
Okay, so that's the expectation, right? That their health, that the meat eaters, their health outcomes would be better. So
Wait,
if that's
if this tracked over how long?
Let's say up to like 30 years.
And this is purely self-reported. I was zoned out low key when you were explaining like this study.
Yeah, like if by self-report you mean validated food frequency questionnaires that have
Yeah,
rigorously validated, then yes, that's self-reported.
rigorously bro. You're coming at that with a bias.
Of course I am. I have a bias toward them being validated and rigorous because they are because it's been empirically verified that they're trustworthy.
Wait, could you explain that to me how that's done?
Yeah, so like if you actually compare outcomes with nutritional epidemiology with outcomes of nutritional randomized controlled trials when matching exposures, they agree with each other 92% of the time. So if you want to have, like, if your criticism of nutritional epidemiology is that it's self-report, well, the self-reported aspect of it doesn't seem to be enough to overcome the fact that the cross-domain translatability is actually very high.
No, I don't have a huge problem with it. I just think like saying it's like rigorously verified sounded a little. I think it's like I think it's like useful. Like it's a good look into something, right? Like it's definitely you can draw a hypothesis from it, but
well, I think like dozens of meta-analyses showing concordance is definitely, like, if that doesn't qualify as like rigorously verified, then I don't know what does.
Do you have a study that kind of like reports on what I'm speaking about with meat versus vegetables?
Yeah, I mean there are plenty of epidemiological studies that do substitution analyses. They investigate different food groups. So we have unprocessed red meat as one being adjusted for like fruits and vegetables and stuff like that, and we have fruits and vegetables after adjustment for like red meat and stuff like that. And we generally find that fruits and vegetables associate with lower risk and like of chronic diseases, specifically stuff like type 2 diabetes and heart disease and dementia and stroke, these sorts of things. The vegetables are typically inversely associated, where like unprocessed red meat is typically associated.
And this is grain-fed meat, and this is
it's just the types of meat people are eating, the stuff that you
a lot of issues arise with that as well, because when you're not exclusively eating meat, the people that add in vegetables into their diet versus that add in meat to their diets in a substitution trial, the people that add in vegetables are biochemically going to...
We're not talking about trials.
Okay, either way, in an epidemiological, like self-reported study, the people that substitute in vegetables instead of meat are going to lose weight, as obviously when you're eating a mixed macronutrient diet, like substituting meat in. So it's things like...
No, I don't know how you're making that inference, because
why not?
Like maybe when you think about vegetables, you're thinking about like non-starchy vegetables, but that's not what's being considered in these analyses. Like they're considering vegetables.
99% of people are already on sugar metabolism, so adding more is going to cause a lot less fat gain than adding in dietary fat.
So that's untrue.
How so?
But like, because that's just not how physiology works.
How's that?
So, I mean, is this more Randall cycle stuff? This sounds like Randall cycle nonsense.
It's more just that, like, dietary fat. I actually have a study on this. If you eat the same amount of calories, quote unquote, of glucose versus adding in that in fat, if you have fairly high glucose consumption and fairly high insulin, you will store more of that dietary fat, as well as meat is obviously more calorically dense. So when you're adding in meat and you're not on a ketogenic diet, it's going to lead to more weight gain than if you were to add in even starchy or general vegetables.
If all this is just amounting to saying that if you consume more calories, you're more likely to gain weight, nobody's going to disagree with that. The only problem
but the difference is you're adding it in. You're not doing only meat, because then if you eat only meat, you will lose weight, even when eating to satiety, which has been shown every time.
Like in the studies that I'm talking about, calories are adjusted for, so it's not even a concern.
That's good to know. So they add in like, how do you know how they kind of do the substitution amounts for each?
Like, I don't know the statistical mathematical details of a substitution analysis. That's not stuff that I could get into. I could tell you what the results of that substitution those substitution analyses typically
but you would agree, like, if you were to substitute, it really matters if they're substituting the same quote unquote calories of vegetables and meat. You'd agree that's pretty important if that's the case.
In the context of like an intervention, it would be important to control for calories and have isocaloric dietary exposures. Yes, I can agree with that.
Right, because if it's anything other than that, like obviously eating just mostly fiber, you're gonna, yeah, okay.
But that is also achievable by other means, like a multiple regression analysis, right? Like you can actually adjust for these things and hold these variables constant in the analysis.
Which variable specifically?
Calories.
Oh, okay, yeah, just like overall consumption.
Yeah, so you could so analyses like this are like, okay, let's look at the association between, vegetables and this health outcome after adjustment for things like red meat, after adjustment for things like calories and yada yada yada. Usually they have a whole laundry list of things that they've adjusted for. Taking care to not adjust for mediators because that's bad.
I mean, do you have any like, how much of manipulation of data do you think is like just like that though?
I have no reason to doubt it, is the thing. Like if you have an epistemically like rigorous reason to doubt the methodology given the cross-domain translatability, then by all means present it, but it's not a barrier to that translatability as it stands, right? Because 92 like nutritional RCTs and nutritional epidemiology agree 92% of the time as long as exposures are matched, right? So like if you want to say something like, well, how are they like I can't even remember like what you just said a moment ago. But bottom line is that if you want to give some kind of criticism about the methodology, that's fine. But that criticism is an open-ended question. I'm just saying that like the criticism would be occurring in the context of this domain translating to interventional studies 92% of the time. So it's not going to be a very strong criticism if you consider RCTs to be like, epistemically informative.
I have another question. So with your claims on your website, what is your threshold for sufficient evidence to prove a claim in general for you?
I'm not sure if I could lay it out like in a very clean and neat and orderly way, but I have a bit of like an internalist sort of epistemology. So I typically believe things are causal if believing that they're So I typically believe things that are causal, I typically believe things are causal, or I infer that it's more reasonable than not to believe that they're causal if inferring the opposite would lead to some kind of contradiction with another belief that I have. So...
Also, I actually have something to mention. So, your anabolic opportunity cost on keto, I am curious, do you know the difference in the rate of gluconeogenesis between very low carb and high carb?
I imagine it's quite profound.
I'll link you this. It's not really that profound at all, especially when you're eating a ketogenic diet that's typically, and if done properly, should be mostly meat. So you're going to have a lot more amino acids typically than if you weren't. But you can check that study out. It's like, I think it's like a 10% rate difference, or almost, I think it's actually less than that.
Yeah, that's fine. My argument's compatible with this.
Yeah, but your argument, it's kind of not though, because even if it was a very small rate of more amino acids being spent, if there's a really an anabolic opportunity cost if you're also consuming way more of the amino acids?
No, that's been empirically debunked as well. Like we've actually fed people protein under ideal gluconeogenic conditions, and dietary protein does not. With isotope tracer studies, we've shown that like dietary protein does not contribute significantly to gluconeogenesis. It's typically skeletal muscle.
I would be interested in seeing that because I've seen quite the opposite. But yeah, so gluconeogenesis was about 14% higher, which that's something. That's something.
It just needs to be greater. It just needs to be greater than the counterfactual case.
Right.
That's all it needs to be.
I think
if you want to make an argument that like the counterfactual case and that case are so trivially different that it's not going to amount to anything in the real world, then
I think
fair.
I think that would have to be the case. It would have to be anything over the high carb group. Yes, if you had a study showing that all of the amino acids are pulled from skeletal muscle, then I'd agree.
The vast majority of them are, yeah.
But not all.
No, not all. But like that's held constant. So you're going to be expecting a greater proportion of amino acids from skeletal muscle in a ketogenic context.
Is that claim on your site? The one about how much? So let's see this.
I have the study.
I found a study. I haven't read it through it yet, but in a high protein diet, it says 60% of the amino acids are dietarily used for gluconeogenesis. So that'd be the opposite, but you know, I do see a lot of associations as kind of your like form for your arguments. Do you think there's anything better than that, or no? And
association. I'm assuming when you say association, you mean something like epidemiology or whatever.
Yeah.
Do I think that there's better like study designs than epidemiology? Of course.
Yeah. Why would you use that for your arguments? And it's sometimes that's the only thing, right? Like, have you considered giving a
sometimes there's just no
biochemical perspective as well?
Sometimes there are just no RCTs, and I don't want to climb down the empirical ladder and try to like scoop up scraps from the bottom and mechanistically speculate when like there's perfectly good epidemiology on the subject.
Can I just ask, see, when you say look at the biochemical data, is that referring to RCTs or something different?
That's looking at something like how would I put it? Let's say just looking at, I guess, mechanisms. I'm not sure what would you call it when you say, okay, you look at beef, it has a lot of B12, then you look at that literally in the body being absorbed and then raising your serum B12. I guess that was a mechanism.
When you say biochemical, are you just referring to in vivo studies?
Yeah, we could call it that. What category would you put that in?
I mean, I would put that in mechanistic category, but do you think that mechanistic studies have more epistemic import than high quality or prospective cohort studies, for instance?
No, I just think if it were to be combined, it would make a stronger argument. Like if you had the mechanism by which it happened, then you had evidence that's how it played out, both of those at the same time.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, that's trivial. I'm sure most people would sign off on that.
Yeah, because the way I see something like, for example, like fiber being associated with longer lifespans, it's sort of like I kind of want to see how is that happening, right? Like by what mechanism is it doing that though? Because the hypothesis is formed by the epidemiology, right? Like, does it just end there?
Say that we have an outcome in the mechanistic data and an outcome in the kind of aggregation of cohort data. Which one has more epistemic virtue for you?
The cohort data, but then I'm saying it's very convincing if you had both.
Yeah, okay, that's
like
fine.
If we look at high sugar consumption, okay, that's associated with lower lifespans. Then we look at like glycation, the mechanism of glycation in the body, and then we're like, okay, it kind of adds up.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Of course, like mechanisms are going to give us more scientific inquiry in regard to the outcome. That's completely fine. But you agree that, I mean, based upon what you've communicated thus far in the conversation, you also agree that RCTs are the gold standard, right?
I would say so, yeah. It's the best we have.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
like I don't
posted...
think an isolated mechanism is very good either, right? Because the body is very complex. It's sort of like people say, oh, leucine stimulates mTOR and that's bad, and it's like obviously it's more nuanced than that.
So I posted the isotope, the tracer study. It's like 7% of dietary amino acids get converted to glucose after ingestion. Under ideal, what the authors call ideal glucogenogenic conditions.
Wonder what that means.
I think they're on ketogenic diets.
So it's sort of like I kind of wish they had, what percent it would be if you're eating like 200 grams of protein a day. I don't know if that's...
Yeah, I don't know, but in the absence of countervailing data, I think it's more reasonable to assume that it's like somewhere around 7%.
I mean, we have the RCT data on that as well. I mean, there was the position paper from the European Sports Society and stuff, which was a meta of RCTs indicating that in the sort of caloric deficit window, ketogenic diets were good for muscle preservation or something like that. But in the surplus window, they just like some of them lost muscle. Quite a lot of the RCTs, the participants in the intervention group just lost muscle. So it seems to be detrimental.
Sorry, doing what? They lost muscle doing what? Sorry.
On ketogenic diets.
Yeah, that's been replicated a lot of times.
Yeah, I can't really report on because what are they eating on a ketogenic diet? I mean,
especially like thigh muscles, like you try to control for all dietary inputs with respect to macronutrients, things that you would expect to contribute to anabolism or hypertrophy, and they've actually I don't know if there's a meta-analysis on this, so I don't know what the summated finding is, but I know that it's very common to find, especially in thigh muscles, that people on ketogenic diets tend to lose muscle mass. That's been replicated many times.
Yeah, I can't really defend like a keto diet though, right? Like that could literally just have plant oils in it, like, or processed foods.
Do we have a reason to believe that plant oils are inhibit hypertrophy?
No, I'm saying it's not even. It's just anything but meat, right? Because like, yes, a meat-only diet's ketogenic, but you get my point. Like,
I'm not sure.
In terms of muscle preservation, like, what is it? Is it plant proteins and oils? A lot of those do have different amino acid compositions than meat, like tofu.
Well, I'm just wondering, like, why would that be a confounder, though?
Why would like having unbalanced amino acids be concerning in terms of like muscle retention?
No, I think you're saying that plant oils would seemingly contextually be a confounder. I'm just wondering why, based upon what data? Because if you're saying it's a confounder, obviously we have data on the subject.
Plant oils are a lot less efficient for producing ketones than saturated animal fat.
Whoa. No, polyunsaturated fats are more efficient at producing ketones. They're actually ketogenic. There's plenty of research on this.
No, not from what I've seen. For all the research I've seen.
No. Like there's a higher... There's a hierarchy. The greater the saturation, the more ketogenic they are because they're easier to metabolize, and they are less. What is it now? They are considerably less soluble in lipoproteins. They float on the edges, and they're more likely to be taken up by peripheral tissues in the context of a mixed diet.
So you have anything to show that?
Tissues will not only preferentially convert them to ketones. Well, that happens like primarily in the liver. What I'm saying applies to the liver too. Like in chylomicron remnants, you're more likely to get like PUFA as the first pick of fatty acids from a lipoprotein as opposed to saturated fat, just because of how they're delipidated. But there's research on this. Like this is not a controversial thing. This is very well understood that PUFA are way more ketogenic than like isocaloric amounts of saturated fat.
Yeah, no, I'd like to see that because like everything I've read up on this is that
What have you read about this?
Just that they have it to be converted.
Converted to what?
To saturated fats.
Like the PUFA have to be converted to saturated fat?
For ketone production, that's what I've read, yeah.
Do we even have like
it's like a very low scale, like
I'm curious now. Do we actually, this is one part of lipid metabolism that I'm actually not super knowledgeable on. Do we have saturase and desaturase enzymes that can convert like PUFA to saturated fat? Like, can we convert linoleic acid to stearic acid? Is that a thing?
Or I may have confused that with MUFA, but I'm looking right now. So this is for clarity. I'm just asking ChatGPT because I do not have the studies on hand. It says, and it could be wrong, oxidation of PUFAs can cause cellular stress, making mitochondrial metabolism and ketone generation less efficient. That's one point against them.
Sure. That's a fine hypothesis. Is there a test of that hypothesis?
Okay, here's the mechanism.
With respect to the relevant outcome?
Here's the mechanism. Long-chain fatty acids like those in seed oils must first be packed into, I don't even know how to pronounce that, chylomicrons and transported via lymph before reaching the bloodstream. This delays their conversion to ketones. That's not really that important though, right? To be fair.
Did it say it delays their conversion to ketones?
Yes.
Well, that's not going to be any less true of saturated fat because they all take chylomicrons to the liver, and the liver is where ketogenesis takes place.
Yeah, it didn't even sound convincing because that's just a time frame, not like an efficiency of like actual like energy macronutrients to. Yeah.
Right, like the way you set this up is you have two groups. And you try to control for as many other dietary factors as possible. You swap out the fat. One group gets seed oils. The other one gets like, I don't know, animal fats or butter or whatever the fuck. And you just see if there are differential outcomes with respect to hypertrophy after controlling for some training exposure. And I would answer the question, or at least it would provide.
Would that convince you more? Let's say there was like just a proven mechanism that was like, yeah, in terms of caloric seed oils versus saturated animal fats, the seed oils in the same calories produce 30% of the ketones that the saturated animal fat did. Like, would that convince you, or you would prefer that trial? Like, that would be more convincing.
So, if all of this is supposed to be informing about like the types of diets that the people in this isotopes tracer study that I posted were, supposed to be on, it's like, oh, were they consuming the seed oils and it was causing something, or like if we saw that people were actually losing muscle mass on ketogenic diets, was it because of the seed oils? Regardless of whatever mechanisms you could come up with, like, I just want to see like some kind of intervention or some type of human outcome data that actually just clearly demonstrated that there would be differential outcomes with respect to muscle hypertrophy or muscle mass more generally when just swapping fat. And I don't know. I haven't seen anything like that.
That was just one thing because I don't defend a keto diet, right? Like that's not. I'm sure you can lose muscle on that, right? Because we don't even know what that is. I'm just saying, like, I only care about a carnivorous diet. Just saying. It's sort of like a vegan diet, and then it's just fruitarian or something. It's not really what you're likely,
Right. Okay. So what were we even talking about? Like you asked me about the.
I don't know. This conversation hasn't particularly been structured, has it?
No. But you were asking me about like the inference on my website. Bottom line is like if gluconeogenesis is a pathway that you have to lean into, and given the fact that most gluconeogenesis uses amino acids of skeletal muscle origin, I think the inference is just sound. There's going to be an anabolic cost. Now there's one thing that you might be able to say about it, and that is, of the amino acids that are most gluconeogenic, I think the most gluconeogenic one I think is arginine. That's not an essential amino acid, so you can synthesize more of it technically, but it's not like the nitrogen comes out of nowhere. It's not like you just get more nitrogen, right? So I think even that criticism would break down. I think it's just true that if you have to spend amino acids to make glucose, there's just less amino acids to go to muscle. Even if the differences are trivial, I still think it's like a sound argument.
Right, but I just think the rate, even just compared to a keto diet, which isn't carnivore, still, I mean, a 14% different rate between very high carb versus no carb. So not even, compared to the balanced diet, there's basically almost no difference of gluconeogenesis. So the rate is pretty stable of it, really. So it's like...
Well, the point is that there's a difference in the total proportion of gluconeogenesis, or a total proportion of glucose that's attributable to gluconeogenesis. There is a difference in that proportion, and that difference is positive in favor of the of the low carbohydrate scenario, and that's sufficient for my argument to go through.
And it is I would just be curious, like, so in terms of metabolic state, like, are you, well, I guess you said you think the random cycle is nonsense. Like, you think it's efficient to be both consuming. Do you think it's efficient to be consuming fat and sugar dietarily? I'll ask that.
I don't know what efficient is supposed to mean here, but like, if you're asking me if there are going to be differential outcomes with respect to fat storage independent of calories, on either a low-fat diet, a low-carb diet, or some kind of mixed diet, no, I don't think that there's going to be differential effects on fat storage on different macronutrient combinations after controlling for calories. I don't think so.
There's not as much as some carnivores say, but there is observed to be a slight difference. It's like 3 to 5%. But yeah,
that would shock me if there was a 3 to 5%, like, if there was like a 3 to 5% greater uptake of triglycerides into adipose tissue in like one context as opposed to actually, it's not even just uptake in adipose tissue necessarily. It's just like, maybe it is. Like, if you're saying that fat storage is different, like net fat being stored in adipose is different between macronutrient ratios after controlling for calories.
Yeah, so they were, the way they did it was, in this RCT, is they had ketogenic people and high carb people, and they controlled their calories, and they just saw that there was like, the keto people lost 5-7% more fat, adipose specifically, on average, than the same calories the carb group, and they were all, in a weight controlled class or adjusted for, blah blah
blah. Yeah, I would like to see
that. It's not
a
big difference, though.
I've seen meta-analyses on the subject that point in the opposite direction. But
and also, what do you think about
on the subject tend to find that high carb diets seem very trivially beneficial over low carb diets, to the point where it's barely worth even mentioning.
There was what do you call it? There was when you look at like the metabolism rate, the metabolic rate of high carb diets, it's not that much more. It's not that much faster. Like, they're not burning more quote unquote calories. They are burning a bit more. And then, so you take that, right, then you look at the people who eat only sugar, like the sugar fasting thing, and a lot of these people are like 5'6", like they're short guys, and they're eating 4,000 calories of just sugar per day, and then they are losing body weight and fat. So how would you explain something like that?
What do you mean? Like, what's the context again? Sorry.
So if it is strictly only calories in and out, right? And we know that only eating sugar or eating a lot of sugar, even with the absence of protein, isn't speeding up the metabolism that much. A lot of these sugar dieters say, only sugar speeds up your metabolism a ton. It really doesn't. So given that they're eating only sugar and they're eating thousands of calories, more than they may even eat previously, over their quote unquote caloric surplus, yet they're still losing weight and body fat. How would you explain something like that if it's just calories in and out?
Is it just a study, or is this like an anecdote?
These are anecdotes of individuals.
Well, then I just wouldn't trust the anecdote because it's garbage evidence. So that's pretty
really
easy.
So you would just write that off? Like, you wouldn't even be open to that?
Oh yeah. Like, if it flies in the face of known science, then yeah, I would give it very little credence. It's basically no better than garbage.
So there's many people who are eating only sugar as much as they want, if not stuffing themselves with it, that are losing 7 pounds.
People who are reporting doing this to themselves, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Bro, you can be like kind of a debate Nazi, right? And not even be good faith and just give it a consideration, right? Or you could, I'm just saying, like, do you know that generally the sugar diet is having high success with many people? See, again, would it be logical to assume all the people on the sugar diet subreddit are all lying? It's all conspiracy.
Wait, no.
Right?
There's the difference here. This is one of those rare instances where a false equivalence actually does happen, and somebody calls it out.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, so in one case, we are looking at people from the average population just filling out a survey. That was the situation we were talking about earlier. In this case, we have people who are following some kind of crazy fad diet, and I have priors. Like, I have a reason to believe that these people are more ideologically motivated than the average person. So personally, I have a reason to doubt their testimony if they're saying, I'm eating, 2,000 calories over maintenance and I'm losing weight, or I'm losing fat mass more specifically. If somebody tells me something like that, and I know that they come from one of these populations that I have a good reason to believe is ideologically motivated, I'm going to assume that that's bullshit. And I don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay, so I'll ask you this. So do you think, from your understanding, eating only glucose and fructose only will stimulate fat loss, and eating as much as you want?
Stimulate fat loss? Probably not, but stimulate muscle loss? Yes.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, you're not. Where's the nitrogen coming from? Like if you're only eating fructose and glucose, I would expect muscle loss.
Yeah, there will be a lot more muscle loss as well.
So I would expect them to lose weight. I wouldn't expect them to lose fat if it's only glucose and fructose. If they're consuming way and above their caloric needs, no, I wouldn't expect them to lose fat mass.
So you don't think the body would?
I would expect them to lose fat if they are literally only consuming glucose and fructose.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Nothing else.
Yeah,
I would expect some fat mass loss, because you do need you will be liberating non-esterified fatty acids and albumin bound fatty acids, even in that context. Like, it's not like the respiratory quotient just gets absolutely maxed out, even in that context. We've tested it before. So they might lose fat mass just in virtue of the fact that you need to liberate some proportion of fat in order for your body to work properly. Whether or not that's going to be like a measurable amount, like if they're saying like, oh, I lost like 20 pounds in 2 months and I'm in a caloric surplus or whatever, and I'm only consuming fat or glucose and fructose, I would 100% think that that's bullshit. If somebody said like I've been eating nothing but glucose and fructose, and I've lost like some 500 grams of fat mass or something like that over the course of a couple months, I don't know, I'm throwing out some kind of more believable number. But if it's something like that, I'd be more likely to think that that's in line with current knowledge.
I see. And one more question. So also, do you think again, okay, I guess I'll just ask you this. If you were looking after your own health, what would your macronutrient split be in a day? Like what percent of fat, protein, and sugar would you eat?
If I'm just left to my own devices, my macronutrients generally tend to gravitate to a 40-40-20. Like if I'm just left to my own devices, like 40 carb, 40 fat, 20 protein. But if I actually bothered to optimize, I don't think I would optimize in virtue of a ratio. I don't think that would make much sense. I think I would optimize in terms of absolute numbers of certain macros. I would probably want to be like, it also depends on the goals, like what I'm optimizing for. If I'm optimizing for, like, I don't know, muscle hypertrophy, I would probably want like high protein, high carb, and probably relatively low fat. If I wanted to optimize for health outcomes more generally, I'd probably consume probably a higher proportion of fat, like maybe up to 40% of calories as fat and maybe 30% of calories as protein, maybe. And it'll actually, like, representing it as a percentage doesn't make much sense. I'd probably want to get like 1.6 grams of protein, or 1.2 to 1.6 grams of protein per kilogram body weight. That's what I would probably be targeting for protein. For fat, I probably want at least 20% fat, but I know that I have really, like, silly tendencies around food, so I'd probably want to be consuming sufficient fat to encourage greater levels of satiety. So probably like I don't know. It's better to think about it in terms of how many carbs I would allow myself. Probably a minimum.
So you
probably anywhere
be in a
between
ketogenic
100
state.
anywhere between 120 carbs to 200 is probably where I would gravitate. If I was trying to, like, watch what I ate to optimize for my own personal health outcomes.
So I do have a question. What is kind of your defense of raising your blood sugar and potentially spiking it with that carbohydrate?
What do you mean defense? Like, what?
How would you defend the damage?
How would I defend the damage?
Like,
well,
how
that's
would you
kind
defend like the advanced glycation end products?
I don't know what you're asking me. Like, do I have a reason to believe that? Do I have a reason to believe that higher carb diets are going to, like, increase these things to a degree that's going to affect health outcomes?
Yeah, it's like, why would you
Because I don't even know if I need to defend anything. Like, I don't know what exactly is expected to happen if I'm eating 120 to 200 grams of carbohydrates a day.
It will mechanistically hurt your collagen and elastin in your skin, so you'll start aging worse visually.
You mean there's some mechanistic argument that I don't care about, or I don't have a current reason to care about, that there might be some.
You don't care about the health of your glycocalyx? It's very hard to repair.
I think I do care about the health of my glycocalyx.
That's
but
damaged
I just
every time your blood sugar goes above 4 grams at any given time. That does get damaged.
You know what? I understand what study this is coming from. I understand the hyperinsulinemic euglycemic clamp test that this inference that floats around these spaces, like, kind of is based on, and that's not showing you what you think it's showing you.
What do you think it's showing you?
I think it's showing you that if your blood glucose is chronically raised up to 60 millimole per liter over the course of many, many, many hours, you can have slight degradation of the glycocalyx. I believe that's true. That's not what I'm
more
proposing.
in someone with, like, diabetes?
Yeah. Like, okay. It's only really been shown to be a problem, insofar as the damage itself is a problem. It's only really been shown in the context of diabetic levels of blood glucose chronically maintained over a long period of time. It hasn't really been demonstrated that the culmination of postprandial blood glucose excursions actually leads to like the destruction of the glycocalyx in a way that we would expect to actually increase heart disease. And it hasn't even been empirically verified.
I have one
Postprandial
other question.
excursions in blood glucose
So also
lead to like greater rates of heart disease or atherosclerosis or any of those things.
So you just don't think like endogenous advanced glycation end products are a concern, you'd say?
Outside of a diabetic context, I do not believe I have a reason to believe that normal blood glucose excursions that are observed in people eating high carbohydrate diets in a non-diabetic context actually lead to like poor outcomes. Because it's not enough to say like, oh, it produces AGEs. Like, that's not enough. Like, what the fuck do I care that it produces AGEs? Like, show me that it actually relates to something that I would care about, right?
Well,
so
like, for
what
example,
I care about
oxidizing LDL, which I'm assuming based on all the epidemiology, you'd be against having oxidized LDL.
I don't have very strong opinions about whether or not LDL is better oxidized or not, because I can argue it either way.
Okay.
Like, what I'm saying is, unless I have a reason to believe that these mechanistic hypotheses relate to actual outcomes that I'm likely to experience, I don't know why I should care about them. That's the point.
Because they're also going to make you look worse, and that's like the most important thing in life.
Yeah, but that is also something that I don't know why I should accept. Like, you need to show me that the culmination of postprandial blood glucose excursions over time actually ends up culminating into people looking worse. Which
because
so far
the AGEs are shown to bind to collagen and elastin in the skin and denature.
Right, there's some mechanistic hypothesis that you can cook up to show like, oh, this is more likely true than not. That's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in human outcomes. It needs to be demonstrated to me. It's not enough to speculate about mechanisms, because the translation between mechanisms and outcomes is piss poor, to the point where you're more likely, like, it's actually probably a better bet to assume that the opposite of whatever you think that mechanism is causing is more likely to, the opposite is more likely to be true. Like, because
I should definitely find. Wait, I have a question. Theoretically, let's say like eating hundreds of grams of sugar per day did make your skin age worse, would you stop eating sugar?
If it could be empirically shown in a way that was convincing to me, I'm not sure if I would stop eating sugar.
But why? If looking good is the most important thing in life, why would you continue to eat it?
Wait, looking good is the most important thing in life?
Yeah.
Let me get this straight. Let's say you're like comatose on a gurney in a hospital on life support, but but you're the handsomest person on the planet. Would you say that in that
sick life, bro? That sounds pretty nice.
Whatever, but you're saying that looking good is more important than whatever caused the coma?
Yeah.
That's insane. Like, yeah, I just don't share your values there.
Because that would be pretty sick. Because then you could just take a selfie and like look good and like post it, and like you have a lot of.
I don't think you're being serious right now, but like, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, even if it could be empirically demonstrated in a way that's persuasive to me, I'm not even sure if I would stop, because just
because you don't care about your looks.
It's not that I don't care about my looks. It's just that I might have some kind of superseding norm, right? Like, I like going out. I like going out every now and then and having like yummy food with my friends and like laughing and being included in social events. Like, I like doing these things, and I might do them to some degree, even though.
But don't you want to like mog other men just for the sake of like mogging other men? You know what I mean?
I don't think I care about that.
No, you don't want that.
No, I don't think I care about that. No.
What do you care about?
Care about a lot of things. Like, you want me to give you an exhaustive list?
What would you care about? Like, personally, right? Like, the most important thing to me would be having an attractive wife and having a family, and it's subjective. But I'd be interested in hearing your like reasoning of finding anything more important than that.
Like, I just don't understand what you're asking me, because
like, what could be more important than having an attractive wife in your eyes? Or do you agree that that's the most important thing?
stopping somebody who's about to press the doomsday button. That's more important than finding like an attractive wife to me.
Okay, let's talk about in your life. Like
in my life, like what's more important than being
what's more
attractive
important to you currently?
Oh
yeah,
my
what's more
God,
important?
Okay, this conversation is like getting more and more retarded by the second.
It's getting actually a lot more intellectual. We're actually outside of
No, it's not. So like if you think that that's what's happening here, you are so far in a different universe that like I am shocked that I'm capable of communicating with you.
I mean, this stuff is really important. Like especially height's very important. Like physical attractiveness is extremely important. Like you would agree, right?
Extremely important with respect to what normative perspective, like yours.
It's
yeah,
like,
sure, I agree.
I think no, I'd say like I mean, for every inch of height you are over 5'8", it's like an average of $12,000 of.
These are the kinds of questions that people ask when they haven't been when they haven't been properly like primed about like normative anti-realism. They just ask like really fucking weird questions like this, like what's the most important thing? And it's like the most important thing from what epistemic context, from what normative perspective, like what I don't even know what's being asked. Like,
dog, you're overthinking it. I'm saying to you, like, what do you find the most important thing in your life? Like most people can just answer
Frost,
that.
let's assume that Nick is hedonist, like he is into getting pleasure and like he's not into getting suffering. Let's assume that, and you're saying that being higher, looking better, usually gives you like more pleasure, right? Because you'll get better job, like more girls will fuck with you, you will get better wife.
For most people, it'll make you happier.
Yeah, okay, and it will cash out into like your pleasure, right? But what if, like, for example, getting better looks in some case will actually like result in less pleasure? Like you get better looks, and
I mean,
for
is
some
it
reason
worth
you're like
discussing if
comatose.
like it kind of everything shows the opposite though?
Can I ask
okay,
him one
but the next example was like you are being comatose, like you are very pretty.
Yeah, I was trolling about that, dude. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like,
I honestly believed you. It's really hard to tell.
Can I ask an earnest question? Like when you said that appearance was the most important thing in the world, do you actually believe that?
Man, yeah, damn near at the extremes. It absolutely is at the extremes. Yes, by far. Like the difference between being treated like a subhuman your whole life versus being like cast as a model, like that contrast is extremely important.
If your skin is like aging a little bit faster, you're not a subhuman. It doesn't make you subhuman instantly.
Loki, wait though. Yeah, I didn't ask if it was important. I agree it's important because it's gonna change your interactive qualities with people, of course, in the way that people react to you. But I'm asking you if you believe it's the most important thing in life.
It's hard to say what the most, man, because it's sort of like the most important thing I think is kind of having a wife and family, and that's kind of a symptom of this, though. Like a lot of men are kind of locked out of that in 2025. Many of them.
Well, let's say that you have a wife and a family now, right? Let's say that you wake up tomorrow and you've got a wife and a family, but you only have it for like a month compared to just having a wife and not a family for the next several decades, maybe until you're like 90 years old. Which one would you prefer?
Shit, man, neither, man. I mean, I suppose the latter, because it's kind of like if you have it for a month, it's taken away. That would be pretty heartbreaking, right? So,
no,
I don't know. Neither of those really seem too realistic, though. But I'm just saying, like, I would care a lot less about my looks, like if I actually had a committed wife and family, right? Like I had kids, I'm married, I wouldn't really care as much. But so it's sort of like the most important thing in life, in my opinion, is having kids and a partner with whom you love and that loves you. I think that's like pretty much the most important thing. I think life's pretty meaningless without that. Like you're like a 50-year-old man just single in their house. I think it's pretty sad.
Well, what if would you care if you had
the important thing?
It's like we could say they're the second most because they're kind of directly what you need, to, at least an extent of them, to get that, and they are the main determiner.
If the other things in life are contingent upon the looks, that would make them the most important thing.
Sorry, that would make the things that are contingent on, or looks the most important thing? What do you mean?
If those other things are contingent on looks, I would take that to mean that the looks are more important.
Instrumentally worthy, right?
Yeah, it's hard because it's not the only thing, but like if you really look at all of the literature, like a man's physical attractiveness, meaning his face, his height, and his physique, all those factors are the number one predictor of their dating success. So it's sort of like, yeah, it kind of is the most important thing. And then also, if you look good and you're tall, you just get so much, you know, you get the halo effect. Everyone treats you a lot better. You get paid more on average per year, you know, et cetera. I think it's just such a great life. Like, especially if you're a model, you just get paid for getting pictures taken of you. I don't know.
I think it would be pretty trivial to find values that you have that would be superseding over looks in an attractive wife. I think that would actually be very easy to tease out of you, unless you're going to say something completely insane.
What do you think?
Right, so like, say you had a crystal ball, right, and you just knew that in possible world 1, actually, like, we can just talk about that. We don't need a crystal ball. Let's just talk about logical possibility here.
Yeah.
Possible world A, you are of average attractiveness, and your wife is of average attractiveness, but your child, but you know that somehow as a consequence of this, your child will never graduate from university, and they will be like a vagrant on the street, and maybe bad things will happen to them. Possible world B, your wife is no, I'm getting this mixed up. Say possible world A,
yeah,
you are maximally attractive. You are maximally attractive. Your wife is maximally attractive, but it leads to bad outcomes for your child. Like, they're never going to graduate high school. They're going to end up a vagrant on the street. They're going to be attacked, and all sorts of bad things are going to happen to them. Possible world B, you are of average attractiveness, and so is your wife, but your kid goes to like university and gets like a really stable, highly lucrative career and lives the rest of their life as like a billionaire. I think like choosing between those possible worlds, you would choose the mediocre. Yeah,
because money is man-made. It doesn't like have any inherent meaning.
Wait a second. You would choose the world where your child ends up a vagrant and is attacked?
I hope he doesn't go to college, bro. And I hope he gets attacked. No, I'm trolling. But I do hope he doesn't go to college. And yeah.
Okay, well, let's make it more general then. Like, let's say that your kid has access to food in one scenario, and your kid does not have access to food in the other scenario. So
that'd be a tough decision, man.
So in the where your child is going to starve to death, you are attractive and your wife is attractive. In the case where they are not or in the case where they are going to have access to food and they won't starve to death, you are of mediocre or average attractiveness, and your wife is of mediocre.
Yeah, you know, I think what do you call it? I think you made probably like one of the only examples, because as I mentioned, once you're married, then you don't really care about looks. And then also once you have a kid, you also don't care about looks, because the looks are getting you to the marriage, but they are a large prerequisite. And then they also come along with many other societal benefits. So yeah, in the case that my kid will actually die, then I would probably choose the second option. Yeah.
Right.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
All I'm trying to demonstrate here is that you have superseding norms, and like looks are probably a very far thing from the most important thing.
No, because like all those things, me having a kid would only be a symptom of looking a certain way. Like if you are extremely ugly, for example, you really can't have a kid, not legally.
Yeah, but all I need to do is demonstrate that it's not the most important thing on your norms, right? Like, and I think, like, honestly, this example,
like I said earlier, like it's the most important thing until you're married. Like that's what I was kind of trying to say. Like I'm not gonna really care how I look.
I think that's probably even false on your view too.
Really?
Yeah. Say you're a bachelor, and say possible world 1, you're a bachelor, but somebody presses the doomsday button and the world blows up. Somehow as a consequence of you being a bachelor. Possible world B, you are happily married with an attractive wife, and somebody. Oh yeah. So am I getting this backwards again?
No, I get it. You can make up like, oh yeah, you get cancer or something. I'm just saying, like, right now, out of my goals and out of what I personally value, out of my current situation, it's the most important thing. Yeah, if it's look good or have your limbs fucking chopped off, okay, yeah, sure. But I'm just saying, like, I think I really value having a long-term relationship, having kids. I value, just personally, I really care. Like, when I look in the mirror, I really care how I look. I just really care about it. So, like, for me personally right now, it's just the number one priority. That's why I'm going to get surgery.
Your values are a logical possibility space, and I'm saying that there are logical possibilities where
I agree. I completely agree with you. Yeah.
Where you will have values that are overriding to that particular value just trivially. But if you want to say like, oh, if you reduce the scope of values to situations I'm likely to encounter or something like that, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of getting at. Like,
it would still be the case that you have superseding values.
Like, yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, at the moment, yeah, for sure. Like, that's why I'm like stacking up my money to go get surgery for my face. So,
Ross, can I ask one question real quick? Right, say that with scenario, or rather, actually, let me just ask: do you have people in your life that you care about right now?
Barely.
Is that a yes?
Let's say kind of.
Okay, say that these people
what was the
are
question,
gonna...
Adrian,
do I have people I care about in my life?
Yeah, so say that we have a scenario where they're going to die instantaneously, but the price of that is you're only going to have a girlfriend for the rest of your life, no wife, no kids. Or you can save their life. You have a wife and kids for the rest of their life. What are you going to do?
Wait, so if I kill them, I get a girlfriend. If I save them, I get married?
No, if you save them, the price of that is you can only have a girlfriend for the rest of your life, but no wife and no kids. But if you
no
don't
kids?
save them...
Oh, I definitely have to kill them then.
Okay.
I mean, my dad's 70 years old. Like, he would want me to choose that. I mean, I'm 20, my dad's 70. He's kind of lived his life, hasn't he? Like, he would want me to have kids and him die, I think.
Should at this point in the conversation, I think it's really obvious to most of the vegans in the room that running NTT on this guy would be really funny.
Yeah, my dad's 70 and I'm 20. Yeah. So it's sort of like, yeah, if my dad was like maybe like 40 or something, maybe not. How did he manage that? I don't know. My mom had me when she was like fairly old, so I'm surprised I didn't come out ugly, honestly, like super ugly.
Okay, well, if your dad actually consents to being killed and begs you like, please kill me and have kids, then yeah, that seems fair.
Yeah, I mean, he would like obviously like kill himself to save me, and like he would definitely kill himself to like save a theoretical grandchild if I had one. So I think he'd probably want that. My dad is really stupid though. But...
I have one follow-up question, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, say that in a possible world tomorrow, there's another kind of like Holocaust, something that would be analogous to the Jewish Holocaust. Say that you could subvert it, and the price would be just having a girlfriend for the rest of your life and no wife and no kids. Or you could allow it to happen, but you get a wife and kids for the rest of your life. What do you do?
I only care about myself, so you know the answer.
Okay.
No, I'm trolling. Okay. No, I'd have to. Well, see, I don't care about the man-made distinction between marriage and a girlfriend. That's just the government's intervention. So I don't care about that, but I do care about the kids. So yeah, giving up kids to save a Holocaust. Yeah, I'd have to do it. Yeah, I'd have to do it.
Okay,
sure.
so
I'm not that far gone.
Yeah, so you're, this kind of idea of having a wife and kids isn't the most important thing. You agree?
Well, no, it is. It is, because you could do that for everything else, and it would also be true. Like, you can make up any hypothetical. I'm saying it's the most important thing to me in my own reality. Now, if that was reality, I'd agree with you.
Oh, okay. So I thought that you were saying that circumspectly.
It just says that that's what he pursues in his life until he's getting married. Like, he wants to maximize his looks, even if the cost is like getting, I don't know, not eating sugar, or like not fapping, or like getting some surgery. Like, he's going to maximize his looks to get a better wife.
There's nothing else I'm focused on more than that, basically.
No, it's just that the way that you phrased it was quite peculiar to me, because you said that it's the most important thing in life. So that seems to be like a universal claim for me. But
yeah, no, I'd say like, okay, so hypotheticals aside, I think for the quality of people's life, whether they're aware or not, I think their looks is essentially the most important thing. They may not think it themselves, and they don't really need to be aware of it for it to be true. But I think for many people, their looks are both their height, stature, body fat percentage, face, those things are essentially the most important thing for them. You could argue health over it, but
do you think intelligence is also important?
If like someone is extremely retarded but they look like better than the average, I don't think it's going to help them much.
It's funny you say that because there's actually a model who has like real autism. He can't even speak.
But that's an exception, right? Like, how many of those there are?
Well, yeah, but it's kind of showing that even the looks can overcome the retardation.
It can be possible, right? But
if
like
you
on
have,
average.
Yeah, when I say real autism, I don't mean like high functioning. I mean like he really is autistic.
Yeah, and sure. I'm just saying that I would prefer to be like, let's say, slightly below average and like very, very, very intelligent, rather than the opposite. Like,
you could have that personal value, but I think when we look at human behavior, we are a lot more visual. Like people really, especially in person, are going to value, the tall, good-looking guy over the short, intelligent guy. And also, higher intelligence is correlated with more depression anyway. So, I mean,
yeah, sure. I'm just saying that it's not going to, like, your looks are not going to help you to solve you very important problems, right? Like, let's say in engineering, your looks don't really matter that much.
But that doesn't. But engineering doesn't really matter though. Like, what would that do for you?
So like, how are we talking right now? How are you like uploading videos on YouTube? How are you getting water in your house? That's the
well, I don't have to
entirety of your well-being is engineering.
Yeah, I get it, but I didn't have to do that though.
Health is like an engineering problem if you think about it.
I don't know if I'm there, but let me phrase it this way. So if you're a short, ugly, intelligent guy, right? So you're short, ugly, intelligent. You have 3 reasons to be depressed, because the more intelligent you are, the more likely you are to be depressed. The more short you are, the more likely you are to be depressed. Like most men that kill themselves are short. And then you're ugly, another reason to be depressed. Now, if you're aloof and you're tall and handsome, you have 3 reasons to be happy. So for your own hedonistic pleasure, it would make a lot more sense to be dumb, tall, and attractive rather than short, ugly, and intelligent.
You know what? Maybe I will actually agree with that. You know what? Maybe okay. I'll actually grant
Fair enough. And I mean, it's like there's a crazy stat. It's like, again, every inch of height over 5'8" is tens of thousands of dollars over your lifetime in earnings if we look at the association. So like a 6'5" guy is hundreds of thousands of dollars taller than like a 5'8" guy on average. So if you do care about money, you're going to be a lot more rich on average if you're taller as well and successful.
Are there like any statistics to that?
Yeah, so 15% of CEOs are 6 foot or over. 50% of CEOs are 6 foot or over.
The chance of you getting like CEO'd.
No, I'm just giving you an example in success. Most successful people are far above the average height. Same with presidents.
The most rich person, like how tall is Elon Musk?
That doesn't matter. Let's look at the grand scheme. CEOs, presidents, they're all vastly taller on average.
Yeah, successful are there any statistics to that?
Yes, so 50% of CEOs are 6 foot or over, despite being 15% of the population.
Yeah, I'm just asking for study or whatever. Where do the statistics come from?
Oh, so they took the height of all the CEOs, and they look at the average, and 50% of them are like. I mean, I'm
just asking for the study. I'm not doubting it. I just want to look at myself.
Okay, sure. There's a lot of really brutal statistics. Here, it's actually 58%. Here's the. What percentage of CEOs are carnivore? A fair bit. You have people like a lot of figures are like Charlie Morgan. A lot of those people, even though he's a little bit of a scammer, but a lot of them are openly carnivore. But I don't know the percent. But yeah,
he took Fortune 500, so like 500 CEOs.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the chance of you being like one of them? Because
I have no idea. I think what this is telling us is that there is even if you don't make it to that position, when we also look at studies, even in the general population, you still have an economic advantage of being taller, if that makes sense. So each inch in this article says each inch is worth maybe worth, you know, $1,000 roughly per year on average when it comes to salaries. So a person who's 6 foot tall is likely to earn 166,000 more than someone who's 5'5" over their career, a 30-year career. That's not a ton of money, but yeah, and that's not cause and
just
effect.
To be clear, just as a funny aside, these correlations are actually way more questionable and likely more spurious than like the correlations in even some of the worst nutritional.
I agree with you, except I think the Fortune 500 one is pretty, you know, that's pretty significant. 58% despite 15% of the population. Also, look at presidents, right? Like there hasn't been a president under 6 foot for 100 something years or something around that. So
yeah, but height could just be like a correlate for some other thing, to be honest. Like what I mean IQ? By this is like you'd want to, if you actually wanted to see if there was a causal effect here, one thing that you might want to do if like career opportunity is more expected on higher height than shorter height, one thing that you might want to do is just take a whole bunch of people looking for, you know, jobs. You take a bunch of unemployed people and you maybe divide, or yeah, you could have like different groups. One group is within a certain age or a height range, and another group is within another height range, and you actually standardize all of their resumes, and you have them drop off their resume, or like they drop off their resumes, or their resumes are kind of sent to like all of the same.
Just to cut you off, you are aware like the halo effect is like pretty well established.
Like in what way is it well established? Like, is there some?
So there's a lot of studies on this. So attractive people do get hired more. Attractive people are reported to be more well liked in surveys. So like a pleasing face does. I mean, I can find some of these studies for you as well.
Well, this isn't stuff that I necessarily deny. I'm just saying that if you wanted to be more epistemically like rigorous, you probably want to confirm these with some kind of experiment. Because right now, like a lot of these are just ecological associations that are likely very spurious, because ecological associations tend to be very spurious.
Yeah, so like they have studies where they have students rate the first impression of their professor, so before they've met them, and you'll see a pretty significant difference in how they rate an attractive versus an unattractive professor. There's also a lot of studies showing like how attentive students are. And if you look in real life, you know, when we were kids in school, we're like, you know, the hot female teacher, oh, we're not gonna miss class for that, right? Like it is a clear force that you are going to be just preferred as a human in general interaction if you are like a tall and attractive guy.
To be clear,
that aligns with my intuitions, but I'm just
no, but there's a lot of studies on it too, though. There's experiments. Let me find one. Also,
experiments would be convincing to me, and it aligns with my intuitions, but so it's not even something that I would necessarily deny. I'm just not sure how strongly I would hold the view without like stronger data.
Yeah, there's another one. It's like, so babies, when they're presented with an unattractive and an attractive individual, it's don't quote me on this. It's like they look at the attractive individual 5 times longer than the unattractive individual. So even our attention as babies, it's wired into us and this is repeatable. So all babies do look at attractive people more than unattractive people by a significant margin. So it's just something wired into us where our attention is just drawn to attractive faces. That's like another example.
Would you said that you would steal from the poor, look better, Frost?
Yeah.
Like you would like put them in poverty, like maybe even starve them in order for you to look better?
I would steal money. No, here's NF6. I just linked the study.
Consequently, you would be putting them in misery in order to steal money from them, since they are of lower class.
What would my result be from doing this?
Yeah, let's just say you significantly impacted their well-being.
No, but on me, what would I get?
Yeah, you'd increase your looks.
By how much? Because I have a chart.
Well,
You want
let's
to
say
see
you're
my
the
chart?
most handsome person on the planet, but you have to make 100 people substantially have less quality of life.
Man, it's a hard one. Like, I'll say this,
How is
man.
that a fucking hard question? How is that
It
a
is.
hard
It's
question?
hard. It's hard. Like,
How
okay,
is that a hard question?
so let me show
Anybody
you.
here? Anybody can answer this.
No,
Is
no, no, no.
anybody else?
Is this guy
Let me give
actually
my
like,
own. Let me give what I would say. Okay, so here's where on a normal distribution of attractiveness, like on my scale with my formula, right? I would put myself at like a 5.5 in my prime. Okay, so I'm like right here. So my based on like an estimated distribution of attractiveness, like I'm in like I'd say the top 36 to 27%. So if you put me to like, so then here's like my guide obviously built out. So like you have, you know, the very, like the Trump shooter, for example, was like, he's the ugliest out of roughly 40 people, if we were to estimate based on his facial ratios. So if you were to like put me up here, I would do a lot, bro. I would do a lot to get up here, bro. For sure. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd make 100 people suffer, but probably some people suffer. I would do that to get up there.
Can we go back to like the entire topic of the debate? You think
I'm kind of
there's,
burned out, bro. I can't lie on that. But
personally, like I've never heard of like a consequentialist, like normative theoretical framework where like the unit of consequence that was being like measured was just looks. It's like if there are more looks, then it's just more better. Like,
it kind of is like that, though. I'm telling you.
This
Like,
is what I like to
Well,
call
instrumentally. He means instrumentally. Like it will improve his own life. That's just hedonism.
mhm.
yeah,
this
I
is,
suppose.
yeah, this is called aesthetic egoism.
How's that?
That's, yeah, I think that actually is like.
Like the fact that I just want to look good, like for my own like ego. That's what you're saying.
It's just the way that you have unpacked it seems like some kind of egoism, and the type
for
of
sure.
egoism that it would be like some kind of aesthetically indexed like
No, that's why I
egoism.
love being tall, because like you like to like you inherently do like feel better than other people. Like, yeah.
How did you improve your height though? Like, did you just
I-
train
mostly
while you were
genetic.
growing?
Raw milk.
No, I
Through
actually
surgery?
so you guys know Adjunus von der Planets, right? You probably do. You guys know him?
You mean the guy who like didn't that guy
The
like
guy who eats raw
He
meat,
fell off a balcony.
yeah he
Yeah,
fell off
so-
the
raw
balcony.
rotting meat.
So my mom, so you guys probably are against raw foods, or raw animal foods, but so I was a very sick kid with like gut issues, and someone at the hospital basically told my mom to give me raw milk, and then she looked into it, and I'm assuming it was the lactoferrin, which is only in raw milk, and that did heal my gut issues when I started drinking that. So she got a consult with Adjunus von der Planets when I was a kid. So my mom did feed me like raw meat and raw milk growing up, and it's not proof, but I did grow quite tall. Like in the 5th grade, I was like already around 6 foot.
And
But
here's
I
the
think
thing: to the extent that those exposures are ancestral, I would probably actually just grant you those things a priori. I could look into it and see how, like, look at the veracity of what empirics we do have on those subjects. But like a priori, I would expect ancestral exposures to be good for children. I would just also expect them to be terrible for people in the post-reproductive window, like I said earlier.
I don't think milk is a natural food either, obviously for humans, but
By the way,
you know,
So wait. So milk is not an ancestral exposure, but it's good for you?
it has a lot of the same nutrients that would be found in our ancestral food, like the fat soluble vitamins. So it's not as good for you as meat, but it's like a net positive, I'd say. And
But
I
wait,
get what you're getting at, but it is
net-
a natural food, to be fair. Like
If
it naturally.
but it's not ancestral, but if it's a net positive,
It
then that just means
depends.
If it's
It
a net
depends on your
positive if
genetics.
included, then that just means that it's more optimal to include it.
It depends on your genetics how ancestral it is. Like we see lactose tolerance and casein protein tolerance, like depending on ethnicity.
Sure, but we don't expect its benefits to be a function of those genetics, right? Like presumably you might not have those genetics, but you got a benefit from it anyway. Like if you're saying that adding
No,
it,
I see it because I think people who can't tolerate like lactose and casein, they're chronically inflamed with acne. I don't think that really is a benefit though.
wait, you're saying the preferred intervention is just to consume this raw milk instead of just abstaining from dairy because you're like allergic to it?
Yeah, I think if you are not genetically disposed to tolerating it, I don't think you should consume it. Like you feed it to some people who never had domestication of like dairy, and they have issues with it. Yeah.
So just to be clear, like it's not beneficial for people for whom it isn't ancestral. Is that the claim?
Less beneficial, like notably, I'd say.
Less beneficial, but still a net benefit to include it.
No, see, that's where I say it wouldn't be a net benefit because you have better options. But like if you drink raw milk
it'd be detrimental to include raw milk if it was not an ancestral food.
Not detrimental.
But wait, if you're detracting from, you're saying it wouldn't be a net benefit, so it would be a wash, like it just does nothing?
No, I'd say it would be just not optimal. Like I think it's optimal for a kid with
detract. So you take like your optimal, you take like the 80 to 100% meat diet, and then you add like raw milk to it when you don't have the ancestral, like you don't have the the adaptations to it from your ancestral past or whatever. In that context, it's actually a net negative. Like you're detracting from what's optimal.
If you were to replace it with, if you were to replace meat with raw milk and you do not have the genes to tolerate it, it would be a net negative. Yeah.
Okay. So it's only beneficial in the context of it being ancestral with respect to a particular population.
Yeah. And I mean, also, like, I theorized since I had leaky gut for so long, that, some of the IGF-1 from raw milk could have gotten into my blood because I had, like, very bad leaky gut issues. So, because otherwise, you're not really getting much of it, but possible. Wait, no evidence for what?
Well, basically, any of the claims that you've made about optimal diets, there's, like, basically no evidence for them.
So, so do you not even see, like, just base nutrition of a food as any evidence for its
what does that even mean
for a human?
Like the nutrients that it contains?
And our absorption of them?
Not simpliciter, because a food could very easily have, like, toxic amounts of various nutrients. So not simpliciter, no.
Yeah, that's what I mean about the amount.
Okay, so, like, if a food, like, if all you know about a food is that it contains nutrients, like, wait.
I mean, if you look at, like, our physiological requirements of nutrients, then you look at the foods that most closely mirror those. That doesn't give you any, like, insight, personally.
I'm not entirely
probably
sure.
Talking about DRI amounts. Like, it's recommended to take certain amount of iron. So if food has certain amount of iron, it's good to take. Like, the more it covers, the better it is. Like, if a piece of steak covers like 10 nutrients to a sufficient amount, then it's better than some grass. That's what he's saying. I
all
guess.
things being equal, if I have absolutely no other information about the food, and I don't have an epistemically countervailing reason to believe that, despite its nutrient profile, it has some detrimental effects. Like, if I don't have any of that information, then yeah, all things being equal, if it has, like, nutrients that are reflective of what is typically required to achieve, like, normal biological behavior, then yeah, I would consider that, like, some evidence that it's healthy.
So if we don't have great data of modern raw carnivores, really we don't, like, we haven't really had, like, huge populations of raw carnivores since we've really had modern science, right? Would you be open to the possibility that eating mostly the skeletal meat of a cow and its fat raw which does contain every nutrient that a human needs, would you be open to that possibly being good?
Of course. Like, if all you're asking me is that if I'm acknowledging whether or not there's like a logical possibility of this happening, of course, there's no contradiction. So
Fair
of
enough.
course it's possible. Of course I grant that it's possible.
What do you think? Like, what do you think about eating a food that we have always eaten that does have every nutrient for us? Like, what do you think about eating beef?
What do I think about eating beef? I think
Like in terms of health.
Oh, I think to imply that it's a health food is to be engaging in something indistinguishable from satire at this point.
To think that beef could be healthy is satire, in your opinion?
It's engaging in something that is indistinguishable from satire, yeah.
What do you think makes it unhealthy? Like, let's say raw grass-fed beef, for example.
Raw grass-fed beef? If by unhealthy you just mean like compared to a counterfactual where somebody is eating something else, let's say, because like in nutrition, it's all substitutions. You don't really talk about things being healthy in and of themselves. You talk about them being healthy with respect to counterfactuals.
So I guess, let me give you an example then. Let's say eating 100 grams of raw grass-fed steak with the associated fat, so let's say 80-20 ground beef, versus eating 100 grams of broccoli. Which would you think would be healthier?
In what context? Because I could argue it both ways depending on the context.
Just someone having a meal.
Just like an average person having a meal?
Yeah, and they can choose 100 grams of the beef or 100 grams of the broccoli. Raw.
And this is like daily consumption, cumulative exposure over time?
Yeah, let's say every day for the rest of their life.
Oh, I would 100% expect the person eating the beef to have poorer health outcomes based on current data, yeah.
So you do only look at the epidemiological health outcomes. Does anything in your being think of it this way, that the beef would have every nutrient and the broccoli would have goitrogens?
Yeah, the problem is like having every nutrient is not coextensive with being healthy. Like it's not like just because it has every nutrient is going to be healthy. There are like I don't see how that's the case.
It's a very simple example. So imagine some mixture, some solvent which has every single nutrient, but it also has, I don't know, cyanide.
Yeah, exactly, right?
I can give you a better example.
How would that be a good comparison?
I can give you a better example than that. Actually, fugu, poisonous pufferfish, is incredibly dense with micronutrients. It's got quite a lot of omega-3 fatty acids, and you die within 24 hours.
No, because the muscle meat isn't actually the toxic portion, though. There's no actual muscle meat. It's just the other toxins.
I don't think you're listening to what they're saying.
There is not a single animal where the muscle meat is toxic. Now, it may be hard to get to, but that's no.
I think you're understanding.
All we're saying is that health outcomes and nutritional yield are not perfectly coextensive. Like you're going to be able to find foods that are incredibly nutrient dense that are also like could also kill you. Like
I think he's just waiting for you to explain how exactly the beef is going to be more like worse than a broccoli every day. Like how exactly? I guess that's what he's asking.
Yeah, is there any mechanism? Because when we look at nutrition, beef obliterates broccoli for humans. When we look at toxins, beef obliterates broccoli for humans.
I don't know what you mean
what do you mean by toxins and what do you mean by obliterate?
Beef doesn't
Can you
have
elaborate on these things?
Anti-nutrients, and if it does, then it's definitely not a healthy source compared to goitrogens.
But wait, anti-nutrients like anti-nutrients simpliciter are not toxins. In fact, there's plenty of literature about positive effects of, say, phytic acid, for example.
And like I'm assuming you're referring to like being anti-cancer, even though it's like non-discriminatory against the cells it damages.
I'm not sure I'm referring to anti-cancer. I'm just referring to there are intervention trials where we feed people, I believe it's called inositol 6, which is like phytate, and we find that like their inflammatory markers improve when just dosed with phytate. Like we're just giving them an anti-nutrient and they're getting healthier.
Yeah, so again, it seems like your thought process, and it may even be like, the more agreed upon in terms of like hierarchy of evidence, or I forget even the name of it, like the hierarchy of, RCTs at the top, anecdotes at the bottom type thing, Um, it seems like you do ignore the specific
Storytelling?
nutritional needs, though. Like, I feel like
How am I ignoring nutritional needs?
because, like, with your logic, it seems that instead of seeing quite literally what humans require to function properly and be healthy, and again, what we are biologically adapted to eat, you kind of look at like supplementing a certain, this or that into, and then, oh, people who eat more of this have more of that. When my point has always been, I don't think you have a good reference, and neither do I, of a group of people that do eat the way I'm advocating for. And so, but I think you write it off too hard when the other logic kind of portrays there could be something to it. Does that make sense?
No, I don't understand what
Not
the
at
hell you're
all?
talking about. No,
Why
not
not?
really.
Okay, I'll
Yeah,
try to
but
say it a different way then. Okay, so right, there's not like good epidemiology of like raw carnivores or something. You'd agree, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Right. So, but it sounds like despite this, you still think that it's like satire or comical to think that a food with every nutrient that we need, that we've always been eating in every society, is unhealthy. Isn't that kind of inherently illogical to you?
No,
Really?
no.
That's
Because because it's also, if you remember earlier, it's part of my belief that it's more likely than not that ancestral exposures are going to detract from long-term fitness. So it's expected that like things like beef, on my epistemic standpoint, it's expected that things like beef would lead to negative long-term health outcomes.
And your support for that is the epidemiology that shows like substituting in meat has. Do you have any of those studies, by the way?
I mean, yeah, there are plenty of them. 1 second.
Because like I know there's some, but like many of them are just kind of counting meat or just red meat, and it's red meat in a burger and things like that. So, and then it's like steak cooked in seed oils and things like that. It's like it's very hard to find.
Yeah, but like based on the data, we have a good reason to believe that the seed oils are actually making the steak healthier, if anything.
By what mechanism, or just outcomes?
Just by reference to like other outcomes on that topic. And just to be clear about who you're communicating with, I am not aware of any single person on this earth who has done more research on seed oils than I have. not to be boastful, but like I am actually not aware of anybody who has done as much research on seed oils, and their effects on health generally tend to be positive, even in RCTs, not just epidemiology. In the cases where it's not positive, it tends to be neutral, and in the cases where it's detrimental, there are usually very invalidating methodological flaws. It is very, very rare to encounter a study that actually shows some detrimental effects of seed oil. So right now, like, it's more reasonable to believe that they're healthy than to believe the opposite.
I think from what I recall, like in a lot of RCTs, the inflammatory markers from consuming them are always negative. I find that.
What do you mean by negative?
Where are they?
Like they get worse?
Yeah.
No, they're largely neutral, actually. Seed oils don't really have like any empirically verified interaction with like modulating inflammatory markers up and down. Like it's largely a wash. And I've done the meta-analyses myself, by the way. Like So like if the criticism of the epidemiology, for example, is that like, oh, the steaks are cooked in seed oils, Well, if anything, we have a reason to believe that the seed oils are actually acting in favor of the steak, in that case, because we have a reason to believe that the seed oils would be improving their health outcomes.
I have another point about them, and I'm open-minded to your ideas. So, how do you feel about oxidized linoleic acid, like when they oxidize via cooking or just shelf life?
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced it matters for anything. I've never seen any persuasive data that gave me any indication that it matters for health outcomes.
Even though, for example, there is a meta-analysis of RCTs showing a raise in inflammation. Let me find that. So what's your criteria?
Specifically from oxidized linoleic acid, like they're feeding oxidized linoleic acid, and we're seeing inflammation go up.
I believe it's a metabolite of it.
So wait, they're providing.
Let me read it. Let me read it before I tell you. Right, make sure I have it right.
Okay. Oh, should I be looking at your screen?
Also, I just want to cover with this right here. So, every analysis of pasture-raised, raw, grass-fed beef does have a few mg of vitamin C. So I don't know. I guess it's just chronometer. And iodine is just related to the soil health. So naturally, beef does have iodine. Also, I'm not saying you should eat only muscle meat. I'm saying you should be eating a variety of organs like liver and heart in small quantities, which then, of course, liver has some vitamin C, etc. And the physiological requirement of vitamin C is quite low without glucose in the diet as well.
What were we talking about a second ago? After we got sidetracked.
Seed oils.
Right, so in intervention trials where we're feeding seed oils in one group and removing seed oils from the other group, or feeding saturated fat in its place. So we have low seed oils versus high, say, animal fat. In those types of interventions, we almost uniformly see like statistically non-significant results. Like it's a wash. In the aggregate, it's a wash.
So what do you call it? So and how long are, just if you know, how long are these like studies being conducted? Like, are we tracking like long-term health outcomes, or
like, say, some of them are over the course of weeks, some of them are over the course of months, some of them are probably over the course of days. It's a mix. But the point is that like none of them at any time period have actually persuasively shown that inflammation is increasing, and by extension, we have no reason to expect that it will increase in the future. Like, so we have like the intervention data as it stands, right, which shows non-significant effects on inflammation, sometimes reductions in inflammation, but it's not the norm. We never really see increases in inflammation. So the default assumption based on empirics that we have is that inflammation is either unchanged or goes down, but it's more often than not unchanged rather than going down, but it doesn't really go up.
There are also some RCTs where, you know, adding in fish oil improves the plaque stability in the arteries, whereas then the control group was sunflower oil. I have this old study, and the sunflower oil had no impact. That's one example. Also, there was another RCT where they replaced saturated fat with linoleic acid, and it lowered cholesterol, but it did not lower cardiovascular event.
Yeah, you're probably talking about either the Sydney Diet Heart Study or the Minnesota Coronary Experiment, or if you were like really out to lunch, you might be talking about the Women's Health Initiative. Those studies have like very significant methodological flaws, or if not methodological flaws, there were problems with the trial that really should lead us to interpret the findings cautiously.
And also, another thing with seed oils is that what do you call it? So, you know, people with the atherosclerotic plaque, they do have higher levels of oxidized LDL and oxidized linoleic acid compared to those with healthy arteries as well.
Of course, that's expected.
And what do you think is like? So what do you think causes someone to have oxidized linoleic acid in their body or oxidized LDL in their body?
It would be exposure to pro-oxidative environments,
And what would
like
that
like
be?
the arterial intima.
And what about glucose consumption, like directly causing oxidized LDL? And what about the fact that
I know that you can get glycosylated LDL in addition to oxalated LDL or oxidized LDL. I'm not entirely sure about glycation oxidizing LDL. I know there are different ways that the ApoB moiety of the LDL like the lipoprotein can be modified, and scavenger receptors. There are different scavenger receptors to like scavenge those different types of modified lipoproteins. But if what this is basically asking is like, oh, like, so we have some mechanism by which like the carbs that you consume modify the LDL in this specific way, and there's some mechanistic hypothesis for why modifying the LDL particle in this particular way like leads to some pathological outcome, yada yada yada. Like that is all stuff I don't care about. Like all I want to know is, okay, if you feed somebody more carbohydrates, do they get more heart attacks? Like
So yeah, it's interesting how that's like your main approach, and it's like I feel like you're very closed off to any other possibility, like aside from
No, I'm not
you need
closed
a signal
off.
for wait. You need a signal for those possibilities. You can't just come in here and just start rambling.
So
that's a good way to phrase it, actually. Like, that is actually a really good way to phrase it. I'm not closed to the possibilities. You just need to provide some kind of evidence that, like, I have a reason to believe, or I have a reason to care about those possibilities. Like, I'm perfectly willing to say it's possible that eating carbohydrates leads to higher rates of heart disease. I just haven't seen any evidence for that.
Yeah, like why should we consider that? But it has no signal
I want
in the literature.
You to just think about this, right? Just let me know what you think. It's not proof or anything. So, would you agree that the body prefers, if it's oxidizing fat, to oxidize saturated fat?
I don't know what it means to ask if the body prefers something. I don't take the body to have preferences. Like, what exactly?
You really don't think so?
Well, what do you think? You're the guy that just told us that people have different genes.
You don't think
and
the body
are
has
adapted for different
preferences?
things.
The body absolutely would have a preference to say have B12 rather than not have it.
I'm not sure what.
I know it's not a conscious being. It's not a conscious being
Bro.
in that sense, but what do you not?
Well, what do you mean when you say preference?
So, for
Like,
example, we store saturated fat as adipose tissue to be used for later. We don't. You see what I'm saying?
We store all types of fatty acids, but yeah, that includes.
But we convert glucose in excess often to, especially in a quote unquote caloric surplus, to saturated fat to be used later in our adipose tissue, as well as it is used before linoleic acid, if possible, to be oxidized.
No, you got that backwards.
No.
The oxidative priority tracks with saturation. Or actually, it tracks with it tracks with like desaturation. So more saturated fatty acids are more likely to be oxidized first, and there are a bunch of reasons for that.
Let me check about that.
We have
so
isotope.
Again, I'm a ChatGPT cell, so I could be wrong, but it says.
I don't care what the large language model says.
Yeah, no, fair.
Do you use ChatGPT in most of your videos?
It says short and medium chain fatty acids are oxidized first. So
not true. That's not true, though.
That's not true.
You prefer to. It's a different.
The oxidative priority is tracking the saturation. The more saturated it is, the lower it is on the hierarchy of priority.
I want to ask you this then: why would the body?
That's been verified multiple times.
So if it's preferred and if it's more, if it's superior generally, like for efficiency, blah blah blah, why would the body not, for example, convert glucose into linoleic acid to be oxidized. Why wouldn't that be an evolutionary? Why wouldn't we see that?
I don't know what you're asking. Like,
why don't you get that?
So
if it's superior, why would the body? So why would the body not?
Well, I'm not making. Wait. I'm not making any claims about it being superior. I'm just telling you what the oxidative priority is.
Oh well, I asked. Wouldn't you agree that saturated fat are the body's preferred fat to oxidize? You said no.
Oh wait, do you just mean that like I believe it has a higher oxidative priority than linoleic acid? The answer to that would be no, I don't.
No, I'm asking if the body had a preference in terms of efficiency and health, would the body prefer to use saturated fat, oxide saturated fat, or no?
Yeah, the body definitely does. Yep.
I don't know what the preference and efficiency talk is doing. All I'm responding to is the oxidative priority stuff. Like that.
What do you mean oxidation priority? Is it the beta oxidation or is it auto oxidation?
Beta oxidation.
Yeah, the body definitely prefers saturated fat for energy more because it's much shorter chain and also no double bond, so it doesn't create much how do you say oxidative stress during oxidation. So
reactive
of course of course the body prefers using saturated fats.
Wait. No, there are stable, like there are kinetic studies where we actually feed people different like fatty acids of varying saturation, and we find that the ones that are less saturated are typically ones that are used for metabolism first.
So I mean, when I'm asking the ChatGPT model, but humans store most of the long-term energy in the form of saturated fat. They're chemically stable, less prone to peroxidation and damage. What do you have to say about that? It also says it's a better substrate for mitochondria.
I don't care what the large language model is saying.
So you would disagree with those things?
You give me the propositions.
Do you even know what those things are? Wait, just real quick. Do you even know what
this is? This is not me. You're arguing with ChatGPT, to be fair. But it says
I'm not interested in arguing with. Let me take that back. I'm not interested in arguing with ChatGPT. No, I'm not interested.
Could it be right and you could be wrong? Is that possible?
Of course, it's possible.
So I mean, the way I look at it is that they are more stable and they are a stored energy source primarily. We actually convert other macronutrients to saturated fat to then use for later. So even by that logic, now if we converted it to linoleic acid to be used for later, then I'd agree with you. See how it doesn't make a ton of sense that our body would be converting like excess glucose to an suboptimal fat to be oxidized later, even though it's like more stable.
This is the thing. You're bringing in this weird normative language like optimal and preferred, and it's like, I don't know what all of that is supposed to be talking about. All I'm telling you is that when we feed people unsaturated fats, they're oxidized at a higher priority than saturated fats. And when we feed people saturated fats to the exclusion of unsaturated fats, they're oxidized to a lesser priority. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, fair.
Anything about like efficiency and optimal, like I'm not making any claims about any of that stuff.
Fair. Here's what I would then ask. So if we have, as Maestro pointed out, the double bond, so that the lipid peroxidation possibility with PUFAs versus saturated fat is, what do you think of that? Which also causes oxidized LDL. Which,
like, what do you mean? What do I think of it?
Like, so what do you have to say about that though? Like, why would your claim earlier? It seemed like you thought that linoleic acid was almost healthier than saturated fat, right?
Oh, I absolutely believe that. Yeah.
So, yet when it's oxidized, then we have the lipid peroxidation. So how could you defend that then? Because
health is not just lipid peroxidation cascades. There's more to health than just whether or not a membrane fatty acid gets undergoes a peroxidation event. Like, there's more to health than that.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just saying the oxidation of saturated fat doesn't really have any of these cons that the oxidation of
That doesn't matter though, because when we feed people saturated animal fat and feed them like seed oils, almost all like 100 in almost in 100% of cases, there's either no differential effects or there's a benefit for the seed oils. And when there's a negative consequence of the seed oils, it's either some really niche case, only a couple of which I'm actually convinced of, or there's like some glaring methodological flaw or just some aspect of the study that would lead you to like interpret it with caution.
Okay, I hear you.
So it doesn't really matter to me that
what are the benefits? What are the benefits you think of feeding humans the seed oils?
Well, they have like lower rates of cardiovascular disease. They have lower rates of like type 2 diabetes. They have lower rates of fatty liver disease. Some of these are experimentally verified as well.
So again, it really
lower rates of skin cancer. Lower rates.
But do you have any mechanistic explanations to prove that hypothesis?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, maybe not. But I don't need the mechanisms.
Could you name?
There are plenty of drugs where we don't have their full mechanisms of action yet.
Come to a hypothesis, like a strong hypothesis from those things, though. Do you have?
Having a strong,
full mechanistic
having a mechanism, like lacking a mechanism and having a strong hypothesis are not mutually exclusive things. Like you can have a strong hypothesis that lacks a mechanism.
Yeah, I agree. I'm saying those studies can give you grounding of having a hypothesis, but is there anything that can drive it home? Like, could you explain how?
No, those studies are tests of the hypothesis, and then we have the results, and those results say that seed oils, when consumed to the exclusion of saturated animal fat, tend to lead to better outcomes for people.
Better outcomes, right? But could you explain what about the seed oils causes any of those outcomes, or no? And it's okay if you don't know.
In some cases, yes. In some cases,
and I'm just
no.
wondering for one case. I'm just curious if you could explain.
Oh yeah, like for the case of like stroke and heart disease, that's pretty easy. They lower LDL.
Okay, and then that's another. And you're not really do you distinguish between oxidized LDL and non-oxidized LDL?
I distinguish between them insofar as I acknowledge that they're different things.
Do you distinguish between them in terms of the health outcomes?
Yeah, I think like there isn't any evidence that would lead you to believe that oxidized LDL is even an important marker to track, independent of just total ApoB. If you track total ApoB, and then adjust for oxidized LDL, you still have an association, like it's still statistically significant. But if you do the opposite, if you're looking at the association between ox-LDL and say heart disease, and then you adjust for ApoB, you get non-significant results. That's unexpected on the hypothesis that ox-LDL is what's like causing heart disease. It's just the ApoB, and the ox-LDL is just kind of a red herring.
Okay, I hear you. So the only thing that's like the struggle for me is, even if we have these outcomes in the RCTs, it's still very concerning to me that we see, the high seed oil consumers having this really high level of oxidized LDL, and then the atherosclerotic plaque buildup and so on and so forth, where we don't really.
This is exactly what I'm saying. Like in the people who are consuming the most seed oils, we do tend to see the highest levels of oxidized LDL. We also tend to see the lowest levels of heart disease. So that just tells us that the oxidized LDL are probably not the primary mover.
But then there's a lot of resources showing that high oxidized LDL does lead to things like atherosclerosis. So
I'm unaware of that literature, because based on the pathophysiological mechanisms of atherosclerosis, it's not even clear that oxidized LDL can be avoided. That's not clear at all.
Why?
Why not?
Why is that?
Because when the when the LDL particle enters the arterial intima and binds irreversibly to proteoglycans, it's just going to oxidize. Like, you could try to remove all of the PUFA from your diet. You're just going to push your metabolism to the limit until it starts producing meat acid, and then it's going to incorporate that meat acid into the LDL instead, and then it's going to oxidize the meat acid instead of the linoleic acid. So it's not clear to me that like oxidized LDL is even something that can be avoided.
Does a diet rich in saturated fat cause damage directly to the like the intima, like how do you say it, the vasculature wall that it can be deposited in the oxidation?
It depends on what you mean by like directly damages, because LDL particles can actually, I think it's been verified that LDL particles themselves are in many cases the source of the injury. So insofar as the LDL are going up as a consequence of consuming high amounts of saturated fat, then yeah, you could make a case that the saturated fat in the diet's what like injured the artery. Is that satisfactory?
The thing does that add up? Yes, through what mechanism does it damage it?
Pardon?
Sorry.
He's asking what mechanism. He's asking what mechanism by which would the saturated fat damage cause that damage.
Oh yeah, so like when the lipoprotein binds to proteoglycans and oxidizes, which we don't have a reason to believe it can be avoided. When it oxidizes, that signals like the byproducts, the metabolites that are produced through that oxidation event and other events signal to monocytes to differentiate into macrophages and then start an inflammatory cascade, which then damages the artery. You have like things like,
sorry.
In those cases, you have things like tissue remodeling, where like the endothelium itself begins to like restructure and form a sort of scar, and it is just downstream of LDL particles being in the artery and causing. And this is the response to retention hypothesis, which is the leading hypothesis in the field, by the way.
Are you aware of that saturated fat almost cannot be oxidated in such a transient period in LDL because it doesn't have any double bonds. It's almost
saturated fat is resistant to being oxidized. I agree.
Extremely resistant. Extremely. It's not even on the same comparison field with linoleic acid or linolenic acid.
This isn't anything that I deny.
Sure, so that's why I don't see that the mechanism you were talking about to be the case, because it's impossible for, like you said, that the endothelium wall damage is first initiated by the saturated fat causing oxidation activity inside the LDL.
No. There's a confusion here. I'm saying that saturated fat is what causes the increase in LDL. Those LDL are more than just saturated fat, right? Like those LDL are far more than just saturated fat. You're going to have monounsaturated fat, you're going to have polyunsaturated fat. Even if you're restricting it in your diet, you're going to have polyunsaturated fat because your body can actually synthesize it itself if it absolutely needs to.
Polyunsaturated? I don't think so.
Pardon?
I don't think your body can synthesize any polyunsaturated fats. You have to acquire it through diet.
No. That's a misunderstanding. Like, it absolutely can. It's called meat acid. Your body synthesizes meat acid in response to PUFA restriction.
Okay. Okay.
So, like, even if you're restricting seed oils, even if you drive your dietary PUFA down to 0, you're not going to drive your LDL PUFA down to 0. That's not going to be a thing.
Well, you can never even fully restrict it. It's in meat.
Yeah, well, that's another thing, is that the only way you are going to be able to restrict PUFA in the diet is through like some kind of laboratory diet.
Yeah,
and even then, it's
like
going to be
grass-fed meat's like 2% linoleic acid. But I don't think you can synthesize linoleic acid though.
No, you can't. You can synthesize meat acid. That's the only PUFA that you can synthesize is meat acid. And it can fulfill like a lot of the structural roles and some of the metabolic roles of essential fatty acids, which is why you produce it in cases of deficiency. But it's imperfect. Your body doesn't do well on meat acid alone. Like you're still going to get like dermatitis. You're still probably going to get all sorts of different pathological outcomes in that context, but you definitely can synthesize your own PUFA.
Right, I think it would be worth saying they're not all created equally, though, and obviously if you leave your body to synthesize it, it's going to produce like the proper amount. You'd agree?
Well, if you leave your body to synthesize meat acid, that's just an indicator that you're getting like insufficient amounts of essential fatty acids. Like here's
which
the
at that
Wikipedia.
Point, it's like you're basically starving. I mean, because it would be pretty hard to. You don't really need much linoleic acid or alpha linoleic acid. Like you're just eating, beef, you'd have enough as well.
Well, that seems like it's begging the question, but like here's the Wikipedia entry on this. So meat acid is an omega-9 fatty acid first characterized by James F. Mead. As with some other omega-9 polyunsaturated fatty acids, animals can make their own meat acid de novo. Its elevated presence in the blood is an indication of essential fatty acid deficiency. Meat acid is found in large quantities in cartilage. So your body, it seems like your body kind of makes it anyway.
To give him a
but
point, though, the oxidation of meat acid is different, though. To be fair, like the rate, like they don't have the same bonding because it's an omega-9, as you mentioned.
Well, it has 3 double bonds. It's going to be like the vulnerability to oxidation is going to track not the omega fatty acid, which is like the number of carbon bonds before the first double bond. That's what the omega refers to. It's going to just track the number of double bonds that you have. So if you have 3, it's going to produce as much MDA and 4-H&E and all of those other metabolites to the same or similar degrees as other polyunsaturated fats that also have 3 double bonds. Because that's the point of attack for oxidation. That's where the electrons are stolen from.
Right. So
heated oil.
And you think that
really common questions. A lot of viewers ask. So
as the 2 double bond linoleic acid.
It would probably oxidize at a faster rate because it has 3 double bonds,
there are
not
less
2.
studies on heated oil specifically.
And is there any information with how much,
there's going to be less data, but
that is being produced relative to how much, let's say,
randomized controlled trial.
Well, I suppose you think we should be having seed oils in the diet, right?
Corn oil to cook with.
Should be. I think we should be just consuming polyunsaturated fatty acids to the exclusion of saturated fatty acids for the most part. Whether or not they come from seed oils, I don't really care.
So, so in your mind, it's like get rid of the saturated fat with vitamin A, D, K2, then replace it with something without those vitamins.
I did find a few. So this one.
Sources of polyunsaturated fats typically have higher amounts of those vitamins. To be clear.
Which ones?
The fat-soluble vitamins A, D, E, and K.
Where would you be getting?
Well, not vitamin D. That's the only exception. Is like vitamin D, probably not, but the other ones, yeah.
What polyunsaturated fatty acid would have those?
Wheat germ oil has an abundance of pretty much all of them except for D.
Oh, because of the germs. Okay. Interesting.
He's going to pick out like beta carotenes, not vitamin A and stuff. That's what he's getting at. The pre-vitamin forms.
Well, yeah, that's obviously not. Because there's a fair bit of there's some of the population that can't convert it at all.
That's a meme. That's not true.
It is.
So there are people who convert it slowly, but there's no evidence that it affects the area under the curve conversion, to be clear. There's one case report of one guy with a 90% like a 90% loss of activity to the BCO1 enzyme. And in that particular very rare case, we have an individual who for all intents and purposes probably needs preformed retinol, But for the genetic polymorphisms that are generally common in the population, meaning the ones that like modulate BCO1 activity to, say, I don't know, it's something like 20%, I think upwards to like 60%. There's no evidence that you're affecting area under the curve conversion rates in those populations because they don't present with deficiency symptoms. They just have different conversion rates.
Sorry, I'm going a bit off topic. I'm curious. So we have been consuming less and less red meat compared to what we were. Yet we do see, atherosclerosis rates increasing. So I'm just curious, what do you think the cause is for the raising atherosclerotic rates?
Oh, I think to whatever degree that atherosclerosis is increasing, we don't have a reason to believe that it's caused by the absence of red meat, and we have a lot of good reasons to believe that it's probably secondary to obesity.
Obesity? Okay. That's fair enough. Also, I'm just curious, are you a believer that the sun, is bad?
I'm assuming you're referring to like skin cancer, and
I'm just open-ended. What do you think about the sun exposure?
well, bad with respect to what goal? Like, if your goal is to get a tan, then the sun is good. If your goal
Let's
is
say
to
the
avoid
goal of being healthy.
cancer,
It was kind of implied, to be fair, but yeah, let's say being healthy.
like if your goal is to be maximally healthy,
Yeah.
would you prefer more or less sun exposure? You'd probably overall prefer to get less sun exposure.
Do you think you need some?
Some sun exposure.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen any good reason to think that we need any amount of sun exposure.
Doesn't it destroy collagen in your skin and makes it
Oh yeah, when you go out into the sun, make no
drastic?
mistake. When you go out into the sun, you're just irradiating yourself.
Well, I
of
mean,
course,
really, not really. And again, this does come back to how much linoleic acid is in your tissues, and that
wait. Do you take photons to not be do you take the energy released from the sun to not be some kind of radiation? Do you take UV radiation to not be radiation? Is what I'm asking.
No, it's radiation. Absolutely.
Right, so you're irradiating yourself when you're exposing yourself to UV, like UV and UVA radiation, right?
Yeah, I understand that. At the same time, though, a lot of the sun is mostly red light, essentially, and that red light does stimulate collagen and elastin synthesis. And it really seems like most of the radiation issues come from the isolated blue light, not the full spectrum. Like when you have sun coming through a window, for example.
So, with respect to this is one of those things that I need to see human outcome data, like a bunch of sun worshippers versus a bunch of sun disrespecters, and you randomize them to the two groups, and you see which one of them gets whatever outcome. It's we want to see if collagen is better in this one group. Okay, well, we'll do an experiment and see if collagen is actually better in the group of sun worshippers. But even if collagen synthesis was better among the sun worshippers, I don't think the skin cancer risk is I don't think that's worth the risk.
Do you have a good control, to be fair? Well, okay, again, so you are just reporting on the risk of the standard population?
Yeah, of course.
Because when you look at the skin cancer rates in tribes that don't eat any seed oils, it's hundredths of what it is in the Western society. So how would you explain that?
Probably survivorship bias.
You really think that?
Well, in hunter-gatherer populations and traditional populations, infant and child mortality is
that's controlled for. That's controlled for. Even the people who live into their...
Let me fit. You can't control for that in the natural context.
No, when it's been observed and studied, even there's not really any cases whatsoever, even in the people living far into their 90s.
No, what I'm saying is that your claim that survivorship bias is being controlled for in this way is false, because you can't control for that in the natural context. Because in order to control for it, you'd have to be giving them medical intervention and stuff.
Yeah. There's been for example, there's been a lot of investigation of this with the Hadza, and if if I recall correctly, I think they basically never found any skin cancer in the Hadza. Let me make sure.
Let me give you the whole argument because I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
aren't they
that
like
we're not
black
talking
or
to each other.
something?
So, in hunter-gatherer populations, infant and child mortality is like 50%. Like, at 1 out of every 2 children just die before the age of like 7, right? So, of course, we would expect populations where the weaker half of the population is dying every generation. Of course, we would expect them to have better outcomes overall. Like, it would be weird to expect the opposite. You're basically selecting for the most robust people in that population just by having them in a natural context. Right? So, like, that's why I don't really, like, give any credence to these ancestral populations, because I have absolutely no reason to trust the external validity of those findings.
So if they're only observing people who are at the age that it's expected, they're disregarding the infant mortality and everyone previously, and the traditional tribes in Africa have a significantly lower rate of skin cancer compared to the westernized Africans, how would you explain that? Even though the westernized Africans get less sun exposure.
I don't know how you're getting. I don't know how you're getting over like what I'm bringing up. Like, I'm saying that there's a likely survivorship bias because the weaker half of the population is dying every generation. The only way you really avoid that, practically speaking, is by also modernizing those people and giving them access to healthcare such that that other half of the population that usually dies is now rescued. That's the way you do that. But if you're looking at them in a natural context, that's not happening. You're still looking at it in the context of like the weaker half of the population dying every generation. And that is a massive source of survivorship bias or potential survivorship bias. And to this day I haven't heard anybody like substantively refute that point.
What do you call it? Yeah, sorry, I can't lie, I was a little bit zoned out, but it's fine. What do you call it? Also, so you are aware that I'm just interested in your opinion. So the first like case of atherosclerosis, for example, was in Egypt that we have recorded. And obviously they were the grain capital really in terms of consumption. So when you look at essentially every single remain we've ever found that we're capable of analyzing for atherosclerosis, there really was never, ever, there just was not a case of atherosclerosis pre-agriculture when we were eating mostly red meat. So how does that add up in your mind? Same with the Inuit as well, who only eat raw meat traditionally.
Wait,
before
how many data points have we collected? And still, we're just I don't know why this would be informative. Like, how many data points have we collected, and from how many populations?
I will find that out. I do not have that off the top of my head.
Because if we're not comparing apples to apples, then I don't know what you're asking me about. Like, because if we find that the first recorded case of atherosclerosis was in Egypt, that could just mean that atherosclerosis was never looked for in any other population from which we have like mummified remains that we could investigate. That's not interesting to me. We didn't even look for it. So I need to look at I need to get a clearer idea of like what the analysis even looks like. And what the other populations that we have investigated even look like.
One moment. So here, I want to ask you this as well. I think the Inuit are a better example. So before 1950, right, they're still eating tons of raw seafood and, some buffalo or whatever. And before the 1950s, when we did autopsies on the Inuit, they did not have atherosclerosis to any significant degree. It was far.
Wait. Like, when were we measuring it?
Pre-1950s.
Pre-1950s. How good do you think the imaging and measurement technology for atherosclerosis was back then?
You're going to have to prove the assertion that it wasn't accurate. You're begging the question. You'd have to assert somehow that it wasn't accurate.
Wait a second. How is that begging the question?
You're just basically making a guess. Like, okay,
that's not what begging the question is. Can you tell me what begging the question is?
It's it's what you did. It's like kind of, it's hard to articulate, but you're kind of asking something that's very hard to disprove.
No, that's not what begging the question means. Begging the question means that you're engaging in circular reasoning. The conclusion's parasitic on the premises. Okay, the conclusion is assumed by one of the premises to begin with. That's what begging the question means.
Then I misunderstood it then. But regardless, I feel like you have to prove the assertion that their equipment wasn't up to par. Well, I know you do.
I mean, I would have to look at it, but I sincerely doubt that we just found zero atherosclerosis based on all of the priors from all of the other research on the subject.
Well, they found atherosclerosis in that area and other areas. So why would you assume that?
But also, wait, this is atherosclerosis in traditional populations, like the traditional Inuit?
So yeah, the traditional Inuit, they hadn't really been westernized.
Then it's just and then it's also just subject to the survivorship bias that I was talking about before. Of course, the healthier half of the population is going to look more robust. That's just expected.
Oh, so you're saying they just somehow died before getting it to some other cause?
Not somehow died. Infant and child mortality in those populations, in the Inuit specifically, is upwards of like 50% or more. So like you're really selecting for the most robust people.
Let's see if that's true in the 1940 area.
Well, it doesn't really matter what date it's from, because you said that they were eating traditional diets. They were in a traditional context. It doesn't matter what year it's from if that's true.
So they had plenty of people living post-70s. Okay. So, and they still were largely free of atherosclerosis. And then post-1970s, they had a far increased prevalence of atherosclerosis. So if they were when they were eating more raw meat and not the Western diet, the rates were lower, almost non-existent.
No, what happened in the 1970s? They integrated into modern culture?
Yes, that's when they were westernized.
Right, and guess what happens when you integrate into modern culture?
You start eating like the modern culture.
No, in addition to that, you get access to healthcare. Healthcare which rescues the infants and children who would have otherwise died in the natural context, and then boom, you know what happens after that?
But who cares if they analyzed a bunch of the people who did live long and all of the remains and there were just no cases, even among the old people? How can you justify that?
I don't know what you're asking.
So how could you explain all of the Inuit that did not die? Okay, yeah, let's say 90% died off birth. I don't care. If they analyzed all of the Inuit that did live into old age and atherosclerosis was largely just not there whatsoever, then they analyze post-westernization where the linoleic acid did return to the diet, and that's not proof, but just saying, and then atherosclerosis became fairly common. So, that kind of shows that saturated, just that in itself,
I've already addressed this.
Well, so I haven't heard anything convincing then.
You have a natural context. In that natural context, you are massively subject to survivorship bias because the weaker half of your population is dying every generation.
And they analyze the dead people, bro.
When you assimilate into modern culture, you also get access to their modern healthcare, which gives them vaccines and all sorts of things that improve infant and child mortality to the point where that other half of the population that was too weak to survive, all of a sudden is now surviving. And of course, after you allow the weaker half of the population to survive, you'll see a bunch of pathologies. That's not revelatory.
Oh, so you're saying that it just so happened that essentially everyone that was to be prone basically died to infant mortality. That's kind of what you're insinuating.
If the claim is that 100% of I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's more expected than not that the stronger half of the population would have a lesser burden of disease. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say.
I think it really is, because according to that same logic, it doesn't really play out that way in other diseases though.
What are you talking about?
If you track
No, I want to get clear on what you're talking about. Explain.
So that your theory of, the people that would have gotten it, the weak people die out, then through medical intervention we allow them to live, and then they get the disease, that doesn't really track, because when you look at, say, people in Egypt who did not have the modern healthcare, and they lived far before even the Inuit, their atherosclerotic rates were far, far, far higher. So,
I mean, I would need to see a comparison of the data points, because if all you're referring to in Egypt is like one X-ray done or one MRI done of one mummy, that doesn't tell me much about the prevalence
it was
of
systemic.
atherosclerosis.
I'll find the data on that right now.
There could also be like aspects of that population that contribute to atherosclerosis that the survivorship bias couldn't overcome. Like, this is just really bad data upon which to form any inferences about how one should eat.
In Egypt, when they were eating a ton of grains, the slaves specifically had a 30 to 40% rate of atherosclerosis. 40%.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy. And that was the high wheat and barley.
Using MRI technology, right?
I can find out. Why?
No, I know that study. I think I've talked to the researcher who published that study, actually, but I believe that they used MRIs to determine the atherosclerotic plaque burden in those mummies.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What do you think was the method that they used on the Inuit in the 1950s? Do you think it was an MRI machine?
Let's find out. Do you
I
know?
can guarantee it wasn't an MRI machine. In the 1950s, the way they looked for this stuff was literally just like slicing open the arteries and seeing if there was a visible plaque. Like, it was really rudimentary back then.
I see. So you're saying that our modern imaging that we use to go back on the Egyptians is more accurate than like what they were doing in the 1950s.
I'm saying that you're comparing apples to oranges, because the two methods have completely different detection, have the completely different hit rates, right? Like the different methods have they just have completely different reliability and sensitivity to detection. Right? Like in one case, in the 1950s, it was very common to just open up the arteries of cadavers and then see if there was a visible plaque, which is very, very rudimentary. And now, when we're investigating the Egyptian population, we're using MRIs and stuff. We're using highly sensitive equipment that gives very, very clear results and very accurate results. And if you're saying that this population didn't have atherosclerosis, how do I know? What method did they use for detecting it? And do we have a good reason to believe that method actually accurately detects atherosclerosis? Because just using your eyeballs is a method that they used back then, and it's dog shit.
Fair. So if we were to let's say, go back to those any remains and then use the current technology, and then theoretically, let's say the rate was then again 0 to 1%. Would that then be conclusive for you?
Sorry, just ask one more time.
So let's say we were to then use our modern technology, and then use the CT scans, blah blah blah, and analyze the Inuit from the 1940s, and we found the same result. What would you have to say then?
We found that they had no atherosclerosis?
0 to 1% rates, yeah.
Yeah, I would find that interesting.
Because that seems to be the case. So it seems that, and also I have a question. So if the atherosclerotic rates with our modern technology, when we look at the mummies of the slaves in Egypt,
just to be clear though, if we're finding no atherosclerosis in these people, that's also compatible with what I'm assuming is that survivorship bias could just easily explain that. More
Yet again,
robust.
it wouldn't have explained it for the Egyptians.
Yeah,
they were
but
getting it.
But heart disease is overdetermined. There are many things that cause heart disease, right? There could be
That's
exposure.
disingenuous. You're not being in good faith.
Excuse me?
That's not good faith to say like a 0 to 1% rate difference between a 30 and 40% rate is just down to other. That's just.
It's not disingenuous to say that heart disease is.
No, but you in the context you're saying it to assume that it could be just other factors all compounding to make a 40% difference. It's that's not realistic.
I'm not tracking what the objection is. What is the objection?
Like, bro, that if, let's say, with MRI equipment, we were to find that the traditional Inuit had a 0 to 1% rate, and then the Egyptians had a 40% rate with the same technology, and they were both.
Are they age matched as well?
Not sure.
Because that's important. Because like I said, atherosclerosis is overdetermined, and one of the things that determines it is age. So if you're comparing a bunch of 20-year-olds to a bunch of 60-year-olds, that's expected.
I agree.
I would just actually need to look at it myself.
So they had the same expected life The Inuit in the 1940s had the same life expectancy as Egyptians, actually a little bit higher. So 30 to 35 years versus 30 to 40 years. So the Egyptians were only living on average 30 to 35 years, yet they still had the 30 to 40% rate of atherosclerosis, though. So
what was the age of the Inuit that were studied?
I'm using ChatGPT for
for fuck's sake, dude! Just close that.
Yeah, the study probably doesn't even exist.
Well, it's like 10 times less efficient to like find these studies like on the fly.
No, it's not going to be efficient if the LLM is just giving you a bunch of horse shit.
It's the study he's talking about
again.
What barrier
would you assume it's
like? Is there an actual study that was like put in the chat here? Like
the whole time you were debating him, it just generated a study. I bet. So
wait, what? What happened?
What?
I bet the whole time you were debating this guy, it just generated a study. He's using ChatGPT for every response.
So here's what.
Wait, you don't have
I think he's using it to search for research. Like, can you send what it found it?
Yeah, I sent. So that's Asian Roman Egypt.
Wait, what the fuck? There's
no. Did you read any of these studies before you brought these today? Like,
we're doing this on the fly, bro.
Okay, you guys got trolled. You didn't read them beforehand.
This is on the fly. No, I could be wrong.
This is life expectancy. I don't care about life expectancy. I want to know what their ages were. Like, what was the age of the mummies that were put through the MRIs, and what was the age of the Inuit that were given CT scans? Like, I want to know if these are likewise cohorts, because if they're not, I have a reason to doubt that it's indicative of anything other than just stuff I would expect, like a younger population having less disease.
There's nothing about, mind you, just to cut in, there's nothing about atherosclerosis here. What's going on?
Yeah, I'll ask for the study about
that. It just
did you see it beforehand? Like, have you ever seen it yourself? You just lost it and you're trying to find it again, or like
which
you assume it exists?
Which thing specifically?
Yeah, the study about I'm not sure whatever the fuck it is pronounced. English is not my first language.
Ancient Egyptians having atherosclerosis.
Yeah, but my question was, have you ever seen this study yourself? You're referencing it and you just cannot find it, or are you assuming?
So I have read the study about the Inuit.
So you just having troubles with finding it.
I just didn't. This was like months ago. I read a study on the Inuit pre-Westernization, and I don't recall it being the method that my boy Rex was talking about. It seemed to be the modern technology being used in reverse, and all of the evidence really does point to the traditional Inuit did not have really cases of any of these modern diseases in significant amounts whatsoever, compared to when they had more linoleic acid in the diet via westernization. Because traditionally
And
it was a...
This has all been addressed. I have addressed like literally all of this.
Yeah, your whole point just doesn't track when we look at other societies, though. Because again,
in what way? Like societies where we don't have access, like how
because
old
there was
people were.
atherosclerosis, because there was atherosclerosis even in the 20s
Yeah,
of the
I'm
mummies.
I'm saying in the cases where you don't find atherosclerosis, that's just expected by default. In the cases where you do find atherosclerosis is an overdetermined disease. When many things cause
so
it.
it's expected to not find it in the people eating a ton of saturated fat.
Excuse me?
So it's expected to not find that people who were traditionally eating a lot of saturated fat, it's expected not to find atherosclerosis, even with modern imaging technology.
Dude, like even wood smoke causes atherosclerosis to a greater degree than saturated fat could ever hope to. Like wood smoke is absolutely insane.
What's that have to do with the Inuit? They didn't have that. The Inuit didn't have that though, right? So
yeah, that supports my point. If the Inuit did not have access to wood smoke, that supports my point. Because other populations would, like the Egyptians.
Oh,
the
so
Egyptians
you're saying perhaps that because they didn't have that, and then their atherosclerosis rates were super low, almost non-existent, yet their saturated fat was super high, that perhaps that could kind of indicate it wasn't the saturated fat.
I am not convinced that the Inuit actually had sky-high, like, saturated fat consumption, and to the extent that they did, according to the Hegstead equation, that could be counterbalanced to a non-trivial degree by polyunsaturated fat consumption, which they had an abundance of, right? So,
whoa, what are you talking about?
The Inuits had access to enormous amounts of polyunsaturated fat. They were eating marine
like
animals.
EPA and DHA? That's different than linoleic acid. That's what we're really talking about.
No, I'm talking about PUFA more broadly, like the effects
I'm talking about linoleic acid.
The effects on atherosclerosis, like the effects on modulating concentrations of lipoproteins in the bloodstream, are way more complicated than just like linoleic acid. Like all PUFA pretty much lower LDL.
Yeah, they're all unstable, I understand, but that's why I'm not even
talking about their stability. I'm talking about the degree to which they lower LDL.
Yeah, I know. I heard you. I'm just saying the instability is what causes lipid peroxidation, which does raise oxidized LDL, and everything does show that. I don't know why you were disagreeing with that, but
wait, what was the claim? Like eating PUFA increases LDL?
It doesn't matter if whatever the case, if how you get it or if it's high, that is more likely to cause LDL to oxidize. Yes.
Like having PUFA in your diet makes it more likely for LDL to oxidize. That's the claim?
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay. Yeah. So the idea that what do you call it? But their linoleic acid and general PUFA consumption did skyrocket with westernization, and it was
linoleic acid consumption did, but their PUFA consumption was always high.
What do you mean by do you think 5 to 10% is high?
Like total PUFA?
Yeah.
They had way higher than 5 to 10% of fatty acids.
It was mostly saturated fat and MUFA.
Like, are you talking about in terms of total calories or fat, or the proportion of fat calories?
Calories.
Calories? Yeah.
So fat calories.
Fat calories? 10%.
Yeah. So
like a citation.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I actually have this one saved somewhere.
Like total PUFA is 10%? And even if it was, that could easily be enough to produce the effect that I'm talking about. Because saturated fat has saturated fats, I can't remember the exact proportions, but it's like twice the LDL raising effect as the LDL lowering effect of PUFA, basically.
And again, there it is with like
you can counterbalance like some proportion of saturated fat intake with polyunsaturated fat intake. So like all things being equal, you have two people consuming like 20 grams of saturated fat. You just remove some, like, say, carbohydrates from the other person's diet and replace it with polyunsaturated fat, their blood lipids will comparatively go down. And it's not clear to me, like, at the end of the day, like, who the fuck cares what proportion of fatty acids they were eating? Like, do we have a reason to believe that their LDL was, like, sky high or something like that?
The thing, if I think this should add up to you, if people were eating a lot of saturated monounsaturated fatty acids and their atherosclerotic rates were basically zero, yes, in the old people, yes. And with your whole thing of like, oh, well, the healthcare saved people, yet we didn't see the same thing in the people eating a lot of polyunsaturated fatty acids like in Egypt with the similar life expectancy and span, it would should clue you in. That's a real actual trial of humans eating
not a
that
trial.
Well, it's actually more than a trial. It's actually them eating that their entire life. And so yeah, it's actually more important than a trial.